different platforms in next generation sequencing. In detailed way, overall outline, detailed way, Professor Massimo discussed about. And today, dedicated only for nanopore sequencing. The whole day he is going to explain about that nanopore sequencing and their applications, what we have to do. Everything he is going to explain to us. So now I hand over the session to Professor Massimo.
They had it was a kind of party because of this meeting on philosophy that they had. So I've seen girls dancing, and it has been beautiful. Oh, really, your culture. It's so nice to see the other cultures, you know. Okay, so today we talk about Ottoman War, and I will give you my opinion about this technology, and I will tell you about our experience since the beginning. We started using it since the beginning, that is 10 years now, okay? Okay, so the nanopore, how they work, you have seen it yesterday. You have a nanopore that is a protein nanopore, the DNA pass through, there is a difference in the potential, and the system is recording this difference in what they define as squiggle, and I will show you. The flow cell has officially 512 nanopore, so you can sequence 500 molecules in the same time. But actually, the number of nanopores is 4 times higher. It's 2,000 and something. You know, those nanopores are quite unstable. Right? Most of them do not work. So they've been very clever. They decided to put 4 nanopores on the same sensor. And then they check which of the nanopores is working well. And they select only one of the 4 for the sequencing. When this one, for instance, they selected this one, this one, this one, this one, and so on. When this one gets destroyed, they can switch and decide to use this one or another one. Okay? If 3 of them are destroyed, they use the one that is left. So you buy a flow cell with 500 nanopores, but actually it's 4 times 4. But remember, you will never be able to use 2,000 nanopores because most of them, in any case, are already destroyed. But I have to say that in 10 years, we have seen a huge improvement in the quality of those nanopores, and now we consider to use a flow cell that are 3 years old with no problem, they still work, okay? So at the beginning, when the software, when on Monday we will perform a nanopore check or a pore check, the system will analyze all the 2,000 nanopores in order to select 500 at least that should be available, okay? Then, yesterday I told you that Illumina, thank you so much, that Illumina, hope you don't mind if I drink your fantastic tea, it's so good. Yesterday I told you that at the beginning the idea was to have a nuclease, chopping the DNA, and releasing the single nucleotide into the nanopore that was a kind of trash bin. But the nanopore was unable to read the single nucleotide because the single nucleotide was precipitated into the nanopore too quickly. Okay? They moved to reading the DNA, but also the DNA is passing too quickly through the nanopore. So they have to slow down. How do they slow down? They use an enzyme that actually is an helicase. I don't know how much you know about replication of the DNA, but you know that it's double strand. And then you have a polymerase that starts synthesizing. But in order to be able to synthesize, the polymerase must find the DNA single strand. So there is a kind of, let's say, I don't know the English word to say it. Anyway, there is a protein that comes in, that is a helicase, that open up the structure in order to release the 2 strands and allow the polymerase to come in. Okay, so this helicase is an enzyme that binds to the DNA, and what they call the motor protein, actually the brake. Okay? So the helicase binds here, and so it's able to slow down the speed at which the DNA passes through the nanopore. At this point, the speed is dependent on the difference in the potential. So if you increase the difference in the potential, you increase the speed. If you decrease the potential, you decrease the speed, but in any case, the speed will never be too high because there is this helicase that is slowing down the DNA. Okay? So helicase is fundamental. They keep changing the enzyme. They keep changing the nanopore. It's a mess. It has been very difficult to follow the development of this technology, especially for old people like me. And also nanopore is a technology for young people, young. And you will see that the most popular people working both on the web part and on the bioinformatics part are usually young PI. Okay, so this is something that we like to do in the laboratory. We like to attach the motor protein to the DNA before starting sequencing. Then, as said yesterday, we will get this profile that is dependent on the sequence of the DNA. And then through a software, we will have to base code in order to remove the adapters that are sequences that are at which the motor protein bind. And then start the quality filtering and so on. Look, I hope you can read the numbers, but I already told you yesterday the huge improvement of the technology in 10 years. At the beginning, it was the error rate was huge, 36%, and now it's reaching less than 1%. You see here that the R is the chemistry of the nanopore, and then in brackets sometimes there is the technology. At the beginning, the quality was bad, but the idea was fantastic that they could use this 2D technology that is, you have a double-strand molecule like this, okay? The system, the helicase, is open up the double-strand and you sequence a single strand. But at the beginning, they invented something that is like, this is the double-strand. You glue the top in order to open up, but doing something like this. So you sequence the first strand, and then you sequence the second strand. Now they simply sequence a single strand, okay? So if you sequence the first strand, and then immediately after the second strand, you can then collapse the sequence in order to remove many of the errors. It's like Watson and Crick that we have seen yesterday, exactly. You sequence both the strands. But Organic Bioscience has a patent on it, so force them to quit using this technology. You see, these companies, they continue fighting one against the other. And so they moved from version 7, that was very bad, to version 9 of the nanopore. They keep mutagenizing the protein that they use for the nanopore. Sometimes they tell you what kind of protein they use, sometimes they don't tell anything, they just give you a number. But anyway, this has been very popular as a nanopore protein. It had some problem that I want to go here, that version 9 was able to read a 3, 4, 5 nucleotide. We really don't know the exact number. It was a secret, okay? But as I told you, what you observe when you sequence in a profile like this is not a single nucleotide, but is a list of nucleotides, okay? So depending on the type of nanopore, usually between 3 and 5 nucleotides. So this is problematic if you have a homopolymer that is longer than that, because you will never be able to see exactly the sequence of something that is longer than the region that is read by the nanopore. So if the homopolymer is 3 nucleotides and the nanopore is reading 5, you should be able to get the right signal. if the nanopore is reading 5 and the homopolymer is 6, it will be impossible to detect exactly the number of nuclei. So they decided to build the version 10, that is the last version of the nanopore, that is actually 2 nanopores, one on the top of the other. In this way, they increase the sequence that they read through the nanopore, because it is 3, 4, 5 nucleotides for the first nanopore, and 3, 4, 5 nucleotides for the second nanopore. So the signal that is coming out is affected by the reading of the first nanopore and the reading of the second nanopore. You get the point? Yes? No? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so this is an example. You see the homopolymer here. If you are familiar with the BAM, I hope you have seen something like this. If not, consider that these are the reads that are aligned on the reference. And when you see a line like this, that means that there is a deletion in the read. Actually, it's not a real deletion. It's simply that the nanopore read a homopolymer that is actually shorter than the real homopolymer, okay? And you see that the deletion here is quite big in this flow cell, and you see a clear improvement in the quality of the homopolymer read in version 10. Then, of course, it's not just version 9 and version 10, it's version 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and then 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.4.1, that is the last version, okay? Then they decided that not only they could play with the nanopore, you see this is the last version, 10.4.1, and with the motor protein, that in this case the last version is version 8.2. 8.2. You know how many versions they have? They decided that they could take advantage of the dual sequencer, probability is the other one. The duplex, so duplex is calculated. So, okay, so this is the, when they moved from here to here, so for many years they've been using version 9. Version 9 has been dismissed in February 2023, so 1 month ago, okay? You can still order and receive until the summer, but then version 9 will be dismissed. But you know, what is very complicated for normal people, so for me it was impossible, it was to order the flow cell with the chemistry for the motor protein and do the kits for ligating the motor protein to the DNA. Because every flow cell and every motor protein require a different kit. But not all the motor protein work with all the flow cell. So it was a mess, okay? I had a person dedicated to that. Now, finally, they clarified things because they understood that people could not really follow them, and now they have everything in version 14. So you buy the kit 14, and you will have the last version of the motor protein, that is 8.2, the last version of the flow cell, and the last version of all the kits that need to ligate the motor protein to your DNA. Okay, so kit 14 only. Kit 14 is the keyword to buy stuff from also nanopore today. Okay, so the version 10.3 doesn't work with a motor 8.2, but the version 10.3 is now working with T12, that was the previous version, and blah blah blah. So it was a mess. Now, finally, single number. 14, I want chemistry 14. Everything, yes, everything chemistry 14. So when they moved from here to here, they moved from a nanopore that they optimized in many years, and that was very stable. It was really working very well, to a nanopore that was unstable. It was bad and slow version 10. Okay, this is an example of the speed that you can have. So the speed is very much important because those nanopores, if you buy an Illumina sequencer, you sequence based on the number of clusters that you can have on it. Okay, but if you buy a nanopore, it's not that you have 500 nanopores, so you get 500 sequences. But you get 500 sequences in the same time. But then the sequence, the piece of DNA passes through the nanopore, then the nanopore is free, another piece of DNA can pass through the nanopore, and so on. The production of the nanopores so simply depend on how many pieces of DNA are able to pass inside the nanopore before the nanopore get destroyed. And usually these nanopores can run for 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, but then they collapse, okay? So if you consider in 24 hours, if you go very slow, you will get a low throughput. If you go very fast, you will get a higher throughput. So the throughput is dependent on the speed that you are defining for sequencing. And the speed can go from, hope you can read here, from 200 to 500 base per second. So this is like electric speed 250, 400, 520. So you understand that if you sequence at 200 base per second, you produce much less than you sequence at 400 base per second. You are going alpha speed, so you will produce less data, okay? So the version 9 was able to reach a very high speed. The version 10, actually I have another slide. Yeah, that is, these are the three speeds that we can use now, 260, 400, and 520. And those slides, so let's say that. Monitor the rate with the speed. So that means the amount of data with the quality of the data that you produce. So you see, nanopore 9 with the key 10. Nanopore 10 with the key 12. Now nanopore 10 with the key 14 is the right combination that allows to reach a high speed, maintaining a very good accuracy. Okay? At the moment, this is the only possible kit that you can buy, but it's also the best compromise between speed and quality. Look, this is the accuracy of the read. Here is 99%, but this is 99.5%. That would be a Q higher than 20, but these are the data that the company provides. Actually, they are always overestimated. The company see their data more beautiful than what they are in reality. But you can see, for instance, this is the quality that you reach if you run at 260 base per second. This is the quality that you reach if you run at 400, and this is the quality that you reach if you run at 520. So this slide is telling you that in any case, even if you run at the highest speed, you get a quality of 99%, that is Q20. So it's telling you go faster because the quality is good enough. You don't need to slow down in order to improve the quality because the quality is good enough. Not true, okay? But in any case, let's say that more or less, depending on the project that you want to run, you may easily go at 400 base per second, that is the speed that we usually use. That is a good compromise. But if you go for DNA barcoding, you can even go very slow, because after 10 minutes of running, you stop the run. And then they realize that although they cannot use the 2D technology that is glue one of the two sides of the double strand in order to open up the structure and sequence a single set that is the first half, the first strand, the second half, the second strand to improve the quality. They found that when the DNA reaches the nanopore that is double strand, there is a motor protein that is helicase on one side, okay? when the DNA tries to pass through the nanopore because of the difference in the potential, so the editase is to open up the structure in order to allow only a single strand to pass through and also to slow it down, okay? So they found that the second strand, the one that is displaced, actually goes in a very nanopore that is very close by. So what they find that there are two complementary sequences in two neighbor nanopore. They infer that those sequences are coming from the same double-strand molecule. And so they produce the duplex read that they improve the quality quite well, allowing you to go 1 over Q20, that is less than 1% of error. Actually, according to them, they will be able to produce 80% of the reads as duplex, but in my experience, we are able to produce 10% of the read as duplex. Okay, so they also overestimate this number, but they claim that with the next improvement in the technology, they will be able to improve this number. Actually, you see, we go between 10 and 20% of the total number of the bases, and you can see how you can slightly improve the quality of the Q20 if you use also these reads. In any case, when on Monday we will start the practical course, since we will have time when during the sequences or during the analysis, we will be able to discuss on these topics, and you will see that in any case you produce a certain amount of data. Okay? Then it's up to you to decide if you want to analyze those data in order to produce also the duplex or you don't care. So it's just a matter of base calling. Okay? And you will see that the accuracy of the reads is also dependent on how much time you can dedicate to the base calling. So there are four different base calling levels: the fast, semi-accurate, accurate, super accurate, that require different timing, and you decide depending on your experiment what you want to do. Now the sequencer. There are many sequencers available. We started with the mini ion, that is the one that we use more in the scientific community. It's not able to sequence a human genome, it's able to sequence bacterial genome, algae genome, very small genome. It's fantastic for barcoding, you can bring it anywhere, and so on. Then there is the grid ion. The grid ion actually is, the mini ion is running with the photon flow cell. This photon flow cell, then I get back to this, has 512 channels. Somebody say 500 pores, but remember, the pores are 4 times smaller. Simply 1 pore per channel is selected by the software, okay? So you have 512 channels, that means that you can sequence with 512 pore, no more, although you have more pore available. This is important because you buy the flow cell and they tell you it's 512. Then when you perform the pore check, you see 2000, and you say, oh, they gave me a super flow cell. I got 4 times more pore than what I paid for. Actually, it's not true. Okay, you paid for 2000 pores, but you can use only 500 per time. Okay, and then this has a theoretical maximum output of 50 gigabases. That is a lot. If you consider that with 90 gigabases you could analyze a human genome, this, you say, is half of the human genome. Wow, I never reached this level, okay? So let's say that if you reach 10 gigabases, it's already a lot. And then it's very stable, as I was telling you, although they tell you that after 6 months you have to throw it away. If there are nanopores available, keep using it even after 3-4 years, okay? We have flow cells that are dated 2019, and they are still working, okay? They may not ready for the most important experiment, but remember that instead of throwing them away, keep them, because you can keep using them for very simple things. Okay, so this is the mini ion that is running this spot-on flow cell. And I brought two of them from Italy, and we will play with them for figures. And I also brought two mini ion, although you have one, right, Professor Gigi? You have one mini ion here that I can use. Can you test? And you still have the mini ion here, right? So we can test it and see if it's still working. Because the problem also is that according to them, they are all identical. According to me, they are not at all identical. Once in a while, we have 15, 20 mini ion in my lab. And sometimes they stop working. You are unable to plug them to the computer. They are not recognized. And so the company tells you, okay, send it back to me and I'm going to provide you a new one. Or the flow cell is not recognized by them. So the internal components are, of course, changing. According to a blogger, the cost of a mini ion is $75. So the components inside are very cheap, okay? The problem is that they try to save money on the components, and so sometimes they stop working because the components are not good. Then there is the grid ion. The grid ion is a bigger version than the mini ion. You can load 5 flow cells on it, simply. Okay, instead of running 1 flow cell per time, you run 5 flow cells. It costs a lot, it costs probably $50,000 or something like this. But when you buy these, actually, they give you the starter pack with a lot of flow cells. So also this, you buy the mini ion, you pay 1,000, but actually they give you the flow cell. The flow cell costs 1,000, so the mini ion is coming for free. Okay. Then when you buy the grid ion, you pay 50,000, but they give you, I don't remember, it's 20 flow cells or something like this. So the real cost is much lower. The grid ion costs because there is a computer inside. So this one is without a computer, although there is the slide, my people prepared this slide but forgot to add the mini ion version with the computer integrated. And this allows you to perform base calling directly on this computer. Base calling requires very powerful graphic card. Okay? So the grid ion has a computer integrated already, so the graphic cards here inside are good. But because you buy a computer with the software, you have to pay an annual license to the company because of the software that is installed there. Okay? So I hate this kind of policy. So I don't have the grid ion. I keep using mini ions. I can use 5 mini ions in the same time instead of using the 5% on the grid ion. Also because I'm lucky, I have my high performance computer, I have my super graphic cards, and so I don't really need the computer that is inside here. Of course, if you buy this, it's a black box that is ready to go. But if you are familiar with computer and you build up the computer with the same characteristic that is inside here, you save at least 20,000 bucks. Okay, so they overprice the computer that is inside there. Okay, then these are on the low side, and these are on the high side. So there are two flow cells. This one that is the small one that we have seen, and then there is the big one, the promethean. So don't ask me why it's mini ion, grid ion, promethean. Okay, so for me it's a mini ion, grid ion, promethean. And for them, this should be minion. But because in the same period they had the cartoon, the minion, they decided to call this mini ion. So this is a promethean. And at the end, this was gridion. No, they decided grid ion. Okay. My English is poor, but at the end I realized that somewhere in the world somebody is speaking exactly like me. Okay. If you go, for instance, when I went to the US, for me it was very difficult to say water and mother. I would say water, matter. Then I spent 3 months in Edinburgh, in Scotland. And after being in the US a couple of years, and they were saying water and matter, and they, hey man, it's not water, it's water! And it's not matter, it's matter! So that day, I went back and I said, look, I don't care, English is fantastic, because somewhere in the world is good. So I don't care, Mignano, Gridai, whatever it is, okay? Photon, chromidium, flow cell. But anyway, this is the small one, this is a big one. The chromidium has 2,675 channels. If you consider that one channel is around 4 pores, the number of pores is more than 10,000. So this chromidium flow cell is the equivalent of 5 mini-ion flow cell of 5 photons. So it's 5 times more powerful. According to them, the maximum output is 300 gigabases. So with one of these flow cells, you could produce theoretically 3 human genomes. But be careful, this is a strange word, theoretical. What does theoretical mean? When you see numbers, you think that this is the number that you can reach, you will never reach this level. When we sequence now with these flow cells, we used to produce 60 gigabases, 70, 80, okay? No more than that, okay? This is not as stable as the other one. You can run this up to 72 hours, but you see hour after hour, the number of pores available going down. They are burned by the electricity, okay? So according to them, you can sequence easily the entire human genome. According to me, it's not easy, okay? Only in some best conditions. This flow cell can be run on the chromidium 24 or 48, there are 2 versions. That means that you can put 24 flow cells or up to 48 flow cells. So it's a huge instrument. If you say that, let's say that you can produce 1 human genome with a flow cell, 48 flow cells, means 48 human genomes. And this instrument costs a few $100,000. But of course, they also give you a huge number of flow cells to use, okay? All this part is a computer. Here the problem is always the base calling. The base calling is the bottleneck of this technology because the base calling is slow. Most of the time it takes more to perform the base calling than to sequence, okay? Then people were complaining that this was too expensive. Not so many people want to sequence 48 human genomes in the same time. So they decided to follow an opposite policy compared to Illumina and to Pacific Bioscience. So instead of building a super instrument that was costing a lot and sequencing a lot in order to reduce the cost, they are coming out to the market with the Promethean 2. That is a small version of this that is running only 2 flow cells. And there are 2 versions. The one, the solo, that is without computer, that is the equivalent of the mini-ion. And then they have the Promethean 2 with the computer, that is the equivalent of the grid-ion. Okay? Now, this, because I didn't have enough kilograms to come here, but I wanted to bring it here. So this is a small toy. It's so small, it's something like this, okay? Something like this. And it's absolutely portable. And you can put in your luggage and go anywhere in the world and sequence entire human genome. Look, I keep saying human genome because the human genome is big. If with that flow cell, you can sequence a human genome, you can sequence the majority of the organisms that are out there, plants, animals, and so on, okay? So it's not a toy, this is a real sequencer that will cost something like between $10,000 and $15,000. A sequencer that is able to sequence a human genome considering that one of these flow cells costs about $1,000, then depends how many you decide to buy. If you buy one, you pay $1,200. If you buy 30, you pay $900. Then you can buy 30 and say, okay, I buy 30, but I want them distributed around the year. So you send me 2 flow cells tomorrow, and then I will tell you when, actually package of 4. You send me 4 flow cells tomorrow, and then I will tell you when I want you to send me the other. And this is very much important because you can save a huge amount of money. You know, my group, if you are not the one who is bringing the money to the lab, you don't care, you spend the money, okay? But if you are the one who's bringing the money to the lab, you know how difficult it is, so you try to save some money. So my people, they were ordering 1 package of flow cell per time. They didn't care. So for them, oh, we need 3 flow cells, Professor, how many are we going to order? Is it okay if I order a package of 4? And they were saying, of course. Then one day, I went on the website of Oxford Nanopore and they checked the cost. And they saw that if you buy 3 packages, instead of paying them 1,200 each, you pay them 950. Oh God, I thought this is I save a lot of money, so please do not order a single package anymore. And so we now order this kind of packages that allow us to save money. Okay? So this is fantastic. Only you need a good computing capacity for base coding once again. Okay? But you can sequence with these panels, microbes, you can do DNA barcoding. With this, you do all the rest. And if you work on cancer, this is beautiful because you can see long structural variation in a way that you cannot see with Illumina. And in any case, the cost of sequencing a human genome is not so high. It's about $1,000. That is how much you pay if you sequence the same genome with a NovaSeq in service. Okay? And this is still not available. We received the first beta tester. We are beta tester for Oxford Nanopore. This is the beauty of my job, is that we receive all the kits from the companies and all the instruments, or the possibility to use the instrument long before they are available to the scientific community. But this is our strength because we know if the technology is working or not long before it will be available. So people come to us asking for suggestions, and this is simply our rule, okay? In this case, for instance, we received beta tester model that was working beautifully. I sequenced a course on a good in November. Then they started with the early access program. We received all the second instrument as an early access program because the first one, it was a demo, officially, it was a beta tester, didn't have the CE certification. CE certification in Europe, you need to have a stamp on everything you buy. Every instrument must be validated Europe, CE, European certification, okay? So if this is not CE, I cannot even touch it because maybe I get it, this is cost, I get electricity transferred to me, this kind of things, or maybe if I eat this one, I'm going to die, so they have to perform all this kind of analysis on anything, even on the car. Everything must be CE certified, okay? It was not CE certified, so officially we could not use it, okay, but we received it, we use it. Then we received the one with the CE certification, and what happened is that the second version that is in early access, so other groups are using, is not working. They bought a crappy component from China in order to save $1 per component, and they have a low quality in the read that they produce. And now they are stopping the production of the P2 at least for a couple of months in order to solve the problem and replace the component and all the instruments that are in early access. Then this should have been available last year. It will be available probably in June this year. This should have been available at the second quarter of this year. That is the equivalent to the computer. Actually, I think it will be available. It will be ready by the end of this year. Okay, so they are late in producing. It's the same instrument. In this case, there is a computer integrated on it. But this costs something like $15,000. This costs more than $50,000. So if you ask me how much did I spend to produce a computer, to assemble a computer with the same identical characteristic of the computer that is inside here, well, I spent $18,000. So half of the difference in the price. Okay, but it took 2 months. And in Italy, no one was able to assemble such a computer. I had to go to Germany to buy a computer with a graphic card that was needed to decode the data. So this is on scale. You see the different size. Okay, GIAN from a giant medium solo that is very small. This is a little bit bigger. These are the desktop sequencer. Okay, this is a benchtop sequencer. This is, I would say, so chair sequencer. Something like this. Then this has been done already. So in the future, you may know that they are developing the GIAN that for the moment, according to them, for the moment they say will be available only for the iPhone. It will cost probably $10, $30, few channels, probably 50 channels or so, but for free. You plug it into the computer. You know, I keep saying when I go to schools and show the technology and the impact that this technology is having on us, similar to the telephones or anyway computing, I keep saying that, you know, one day, now my daughters are too old, 30 years old, but you, all right, one day you will meet a girl, you meet a boy, you kiss, at least in Italy, we kiss always, we shake the hand among people of the same sex, and we kiss among people of the different sex, and they love it, it's beautiful. Problem is that in the near future, you know, maybe you kiss one person, then you do like this, you take the skin cells of the other person, you put in a DNA extractor, and then you sequence and you see, oh, this guy has a predisposition to heart attack, forget about it. Okay? This is something that the politician will have to deal with, because very soon we will be able to do something like this. We will be able to read everything of your genome by a few cells at a cost that is really ridiculous, okay? So, now, history. I keep going every year in February at the AGBT, that is the Advancing Genome Biology and Technology. It's a very elite meeting. Sometimes they don't take me. They take between 500 and 1,000 people from all over the world. It's a close number, okay? But people who love technology, they want to go there because the companies present the best technologies there. So in February, you go there, and you know, it's very much important because it's there you can talk to people. You talk to the companies. You don't read the website, and you don't talk to the sales representative. You talk to people like me who keep testing the technologies before they become available, okay? So it's very much important because somebody tell you, oh, look, don't trust that instrument is crappy, okay, stay away from it, even if they tell me that it's fantastic, the seller, okay? But anyway, so it's a big exhibition, actually, it's not an exhibition, there's a lot of biology, so it's a lot of very good presentation, Nobel Prize was there, so anyway, difficult to go there. Anyway, in 2012, Oxford Nanopore announced a sequencer that was based on nanopores. Okay, it was the first time ever that the company announced something like this. And I've been able to get the presentation. I was not there that year. They did not allow me to go. You have to apply, you submit a poster. I've been able to give a speech only once last year, okay? Very difficult, very difficult. This year, they took me, so in February I was there. But sometimes in the past they didn't take me. And anyway, I've been able to get the PowerPoint presentation that Lee Brown, that is the chief technical officer of the company, one of the founders, the one who assembled the technology, gave at that meeting. And so I'm very happy to share, it's the first time that I show this slide to somebody. I'm very happy to share this slide with you in order to share with you the fact that these companies, they promise things that are absolutely very far away from the reality. Okay? Well, so 2012, advancing xenobiology and technology. They were describing the company, formed in 2005. They invested already 74 million of pounds, okay? 3 sites incorporated also in a US company. They were describing for the first time how nanopore sequencer is working, describing that it can process at a speed of 100,000 base per second. 100,000 base per second! How much is the real speed? 200 or 400 after 12 years, okay? No, 11 years. Can you imagine? You see, this is like a rocket. In a second, the sequence of humans, you know, when they announce that, not true, okay? Then you can also go, however, much lower. You can control the speed and go from 20 to 1,000 per second, okay? They analyzed already over 1,000 different core mutants in order to develop something that had error rate of 4%. So when they presented this technology in 2012, they said that they had a 4% error rate error where they mainly had deletion. So according to them, these sequences were fantastic. And people said, oh, it sounds too good to be true. Yeah, it's good. We can do everything we want. And they showed the first prototype of a mini ion. It was, anyway, groundbreaking. The idea of having a sequencer with a USB 3 port that was taking the energy directly from the computer. It was a portable sequencer. No one has ever seen a portable sequencer. A sequencer is something that stays in a laboratory that costs millions of dollars because it requires a special environment, okay? With the first Illumina that I had, the one that is now my fridge, the maximum range of variation in the temperature was less than 1 degree. Because if you have variation in the temperature, the laser is causing a different excitation of the fluorophore. So if suddenly the air flow goes away in summer, when here, maybe here it's not so hot, but let's say in a place and you get 3 degrees in change in temperature, you are eating different nucleotides. Wow, isn't it amazing? So you need a special laboratory, very clean, special people, okay, all the power system in order to avoid electricity, like here going, here it would be impossible. Electricity goes away, during the 90 point away, I saw. And maybe if there is a thunderstorm, the electricity goes out, and you are running an S4 machine that costs $15,000, and the power goes away, you have to throw away everything. And this guy came out with something that you can plug into USB 3 port of the computer, sequencing anywhere, amazing. And okay, then about the launch, they were claiming the GBTs in February, always, and they were claiming, you know, we will launch this mini ion in 2012. Then the grid ion 2K that should have actually the flow cell of the Prometheus in 2012, and was the grid ion in K in 2013. Promise, error. between 2 and 0.1% of error in reads that are up to 100 KB. Promise, 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 but the reality is very different. Then the cost, you see, the cost, the capital cost, linear, you buy one flow cell that costs $1,000. So the cost, since that flow cell at that time they were claiming we produce 1 gigabase, so the cost per gigabase is about $1,000. But if you buy a grid ion, you will see that the cost per gigabase is much lower and can reach level that at that time they were really crazy. Only this sequencing with Illumina at that time was much, much more expensive, which we talk about 10 times more at 2012. And they had this funny pricing model that is, okay, the idea was probably I already told you, but I don't remember yes or not, that you buy, you spend a little, and then everything must be connected to the internet. This is a big limit of this technology. You need internet connection. Because the original business model was, you pay a little, you load your flow cell, you run it for 1 hour, then they tell you, you run out of credit. Please give me your credit card number and buy 1 hour of sequencing, 2 hours of sequencing, 3 hours of sequencing. The business model was based on hour, not gigabase produced, okay? So it's like the phone. You want you have a rechargeable phone card? That was exactly the same model. And that is problematic because, first of all, they realized that no one really wants to pay on a base like that. But second, they keep control on everything because anytime you connect a flow cell, they receive the data. So there is a huge control of what you do. And sometimes their policies are not really clear, like they do not allow you to dismount the flow cell to see what there is inside. Why? Anyway, and the CEO is Indian. Gordon Sanghera is Indian. I told him I was coming here, and in 2020, you wrote the application. I told him, come with me when I will go to Mizoram, and he said, yes, I will absolutely come because I'd like to go back to my country and to show them my technology because it's a technology that I developed. Then, this year, this company, it couldn't come. The company is worth more than $2 billion now. This guy is very famous, very popular, and doesn't find the time to come here, unfortunately. Okay? So, the fact is that they were promising this, no? Launch in 2012 of this with this error so low. Then they disappeared. At the LGBT 2013, they did not show. No one had heard about them anymore. Only some rumors that the technology was very crappy. And they told me, look, we are launching this mini-island access program that is, we are so good that we decided to offer to the scientific community the possibility to play with the early access version of our fantastic sequencer. And I asked them, can I see it? Can I try and run, just to see if it is working? Because no one in the world has been able to use it. And they said, no. It was not even possible to see the prototype, not even to know the real data of some user. Nothing. So I told them, I'm not interested. I don't care investing in technology that for me, and according to the rumor, is a very so crappy. But then I thought, look, if it works, it can allow me to realize a paradigm shift that has always been my dream since I realized that the molecular biology seems so difficult, but actually can be so simple. It's like cooking. So it's very easy to transfer the molecular biology out of the custom of the university and give it to normal people. I already developed some PCR that was very simple that everyone could use, okay? So simply add a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and it will work, okay? If you know the principle of the PCR machine, it's very easy. Today is very hot, who change the cycle if you know how the Peltier is working. If you don't know how the Peltier is working, I will be happy on Monday to show you some slides that allow you to understand how the instrument is working. It's like knowing the oven, exactly the same thing. Anyway, I could do that already with the PCR, but my dream was to bring outside of the laboratory a genomic facilities. So my dream was, instead of taking all the samples to the laboratory for sequencing, to take the laboratory where the samples are. So I thought it may work, the quality probably is crappy, but let's try. I mean, it's part of my experience at the time. So I wrote a project for them saying that I wanted to do that. And on February 14, 2014, so this is the Valentine's Day. I love technology, and they gave me the best Valentine's Day gift. So they took into my project, February 14th. They said, okay, you are in this early access program. I was the only Italian. We were probably 10 groups in Europe, okay? And with them, I told them I want to develop something that allow me to go someplace. And then a few months, actually a month later, this guy, Michele, Italian guy, working for a museum in Italy, and he interested in the biodiversity of snakes and amphibians. And he told me, look, Massimo, it would be nice, that museum has an outstation in Tanzania. It would be nice to use this technology to see if the species that I'm catching are new or are already in my collection. So he explained me that we are in the 6 months of extinction, we are losing many species, and so the conservation biologists, what they try to do is to go in the most remote areas of the planet to collect as much biodiversity as possible in order to produce, I can have the ark. The ark. The ark is not the ark, or is not a zoo. The ark is a biobank with liquid nitrogen, where you put a piece of material or the entire microorganism, if that is very small, and you take data for images of the animal, and if possible, also of the specimen, and if possible, also to perform the DNA analysis. The idea that is not so far away, you will see. The idea is Jurassic Park. Who of you have seen Jurassic Park movie? None of you. Few of you. So few. Oh God. Ah, okay. If you haven't seen it, or if you haven't read the book, especially the second book, Jurassic World, because the second book is completely different from the second movie. Okay, they are beautiful, and the author, that is Michael Crichton, one of my favorite writers, is describing this future where you take the DNA of a species that is gone, and then you bring it back alive. Okay, we are doing that already. It's not like science fiction anymore. We are doing it. And when the cost of synthesizing the DNA will go down, because now that we have learned how to read a genome, we are learning how to write a genome. Look for synthetic biology. We are already producing virus, bacteria, yeast. The next step is to synthesize the entire amount of DNA of an animal. Now the problem is that the cost of synthesis is now too high. We need a 10 times a reduction in the cost of sequencing before to be able to build up a synthetic human genome. In 10 years' time, because we decided to go in this direction, Elon Musk will be able to synthesize the first human genome because he has the money. It will require less than $3 million, no, $300 million to synthesize a human genome in 10 years' time. But probably synthesizing a human genome will be difficult because of ethical reasons. Although somebody is already looking for a female who would like to bring a Neanderthal baby into her, into her. So we are ready to bring back Neanderthal. I'm happy so far, no one female agreed to have an embryo of a Neanderthal in her body. Because that baby will not be a normal baby. Neanderthal baby will be seen as a monster, okay? So how this guy, Tony Hunter is the name of this guy, who is pushing on synthetic biology, is thinking about something like this. But for animals, especially for animals that are just extinct, because we destroy the environment or because we kill all of them, synthetic biology is something that is very close. Okay? It's just a matter of time. It's like sequencing. When we decided to develop technology, cheaper technology, we did it. It took 7 years. Okay? Now we decided to go on synthetic biology, and we will succeed. So anyway, we need also to analyze the DNA. But here, the idea was not just to analyze the DNA for this kind of goal. Here, the idea was that analyzing on site the animals, or in this case the frogs, would have saved many frogs. Because what the museum do, okay, you see a frog passing by, okay, you have a piece of wood, okay, boom, you kill the frog, and look at the frog, okay, it's a new species, bring it back to me, with me, to my country, you need five specimen, 5, okay? Then maybe you go back to Italy and you discover that you already had that frog in your collection. So the idea was, you see a frog, boom, take the frog, sequence the frog, oh, I have already in my collection, okay, go away, don't kill the other 4, okay? So it was a way to allow taxonomists to recognize the animal before, in a very short time. The problem was that we barcode, why barcoding here, barcoding, no, yeah, that. The idea was that a very simple way would have been to barcode the DNA and to compare that sequence with the database in order to see if it was already in the collection. If it was already in the collection, it was an already known species. If it was not in the database, probably it was a new species. DNA barcoding is something I was not very familiar with at that time, but I realized that it was something that was already progressing very much. And you know that there is a Nagoya protocol, I suppose. If you work on the biodiversity, you know that it's not that I can come here, take a sample outside and bring it to my country. Your country is not allowing me to do it, okay? Many countries where there is a lot of biodiversity are avoiding this loss of material that is stolen by pharma companies in order to develop some new products. So the Nagoya Protocol is protecting the different countries. So I cannot come here, take an animal, and bring it with me. But I realized that there was a hole in the regulation because I can come here, I can take the animal, sequence the animal, and bring the sequence back with me. That's available. Okay, so, and I wanted to demonstrate that I could go in a country where there were so many regulations that were causing problems to the museum that I could simply sequence there and by satellite to transit, to broadcast the sequence anywhere in the world. Okay, that was the idea. So we wanted to develop something to do with DNA barcoding. You know that DNA barcoding, you sequence a piece of DNA that is very short, that is different for every species, okay? And there are different barcodes. I am not going to spend time on this. We could be working on autologous gene, but what sequence do you use, okay? If you sequence bacteria, you usually use the 16S. If you sequence fungi, you use the interfacer. You use plant interfacer plus the GIAN and so on. Animals, you use always the one that is cytochrome oxidase, okay? Those are the most popular. So short pieces of DNA, fantastic opportunity for structural nanopore. Short fragments that allow you to recognize the species. It has some limitation because, for instance, with bacteria, when the database was small, by sequencing a piece of DNA would allow you to easily identify the species. Now that the database is huge, it has been found that the piece that you sequence sometimes is identical in two different species of the same genes. So the sequencing, barcode sequencing on short trees with Illumina is now giving you many data at the genus level and not so many data at the species level. Okay? If you extend, and I will show you the data of the sequence, you may improve the specificity of the application. And with this, you can do whatever you want. The idea was, I go to the supermarket, they send me swordfish, and I check to see if that is really swordfish or is not a shark. Or you buy something and you can check outside. I mean, this is the future. So you bring the technology out of the laboratory instead of bringing, again, the sample of a swordfish to the laboratory. Then we had to set up everything because no one has ever drawn a sequencer out of a laboratory. And also, even if you want to perform DNA purification and then DNA amplification, you know that you need something that you usually store at -20. The idea was to go in a place where it was impossible to store things at -20. And in any case, we needed the support of Oxford Nanopore in order to have some flow cells that were working properly, because I want to see where, sorry, I don't remember, very far away, so going back to this, because I tested already the system and I knew that the error rate was huge, and especially the software was working only with internet connection. And if we wanted to go to some very remote area of the planet, and the internet connection was not working, okay? So we decided to go and show that we could perform any barcoding. He told me of a snake or an amphibian, a reptile or amphibian. Michele told me, I work on reptile or amphibian. Massimo, what you want to work on? I said, snakes? No. Amphibian, okay, frogs. And he told me, we can go with an helicopter on the top of a mountain in Italy, on the Alps, and there, with a picnic table, sequence a frog that I will find on the top of the mountain. I didn't know at the time that frogs can also stay on the top of a mountain at 3,000 meters. Or, he told me, we can go in a rainforest in Tanzania, where we have now stayed. But in order to do that, we have to solve another problem, because we have to be able to reach the final destination. If we go to Tanzania, they said, I want to go to Tanzania, Italian Alps, I know that. Tanzania, I've never been in a rainforest, real sleeping there with a tent and sequencing with the monkeys jumping from one tree to another tree. We had to develop the portable laboratory and all the chemistry that would allow us to reach the goal. So first of all, PCR. We didn't have electricity there. We were relying on batteries, 12-volt batteries. And so solar panel, no, because rainforest, there is not so much sun to recharge solar panel. So we left Italy with the batteries. And we didn't have a PCR machine that was working with 12 volts. So I built my own PCR machine, not alone. So together with a company, I told to this company, okay, help me to develop such an instrument because there will be a market for it, they trusted me. And so we built this PCR machine that was running at 12 volt. And how do you know if the PCR machine, if the PCR reaction is good or not at the end? You can run a gel, but to run a gel is complicated in a forest. So who of you knows what is a real-time machine? You know real-time PCR machine? No, only you. So the idea is very few. The idea is that yesterday Professor Gigi was talking about the dye, the fluorescent dye that you use in the real-time PCR. Okay. But anyway, so we added a fluorometer block to this PCR machine in order to see if at the end the PCR produced something or not. And then this is an image that I already showed you yesterday on my lab. Okay, but anyway, we have to develop suitable protocols to go there in the jungle without a freezer, because it's not that you can take a freezer with you on the plane and also in the forest. Okay, so here the idea was to use lyophilized component, so freeze dry the enzyme and to use them. But then I thought, okay, we have to perform DNA extraction, PCR barcoding for DNA barcoding, and then the library prep, attached to motor protein and so on, and then the sequencing. I decided that for DNA extraction, the kits were perfect. The QIAGEN kit, they are stable at room temperature. Okay, they are expensive. So if possible, I would replace them. But at that time, that was it was not a problem. So we decided for DNA extraction, there's no problem. The QIAGEN kit only require a centrifuge and a thermal blocker. Okay. So the centrifuge, I found a company in the US that is selling instruments for molecular biology for the schools that are very cheap. I buy a PCR machine with gel electrophoresis, pipettes, and everything for something like $1,000. And now I only travel with the instruments from these companies that I will show you because they are so reliable. I broke down so many PCR machines in Borneo that gave me a lot of problems. I keep using this mini one system. Or if when I went to the cave, you cannot even bring a battery because you are in a cave in Montenegro. This is my centrifuge, and it's working beautifully with the QIAGEN columns. It's a Sala centrifuge, okay? So go fast and don't do liquid with pass-through. So costs nothing and works very well. Then we have to perform a PCR reaction. And PCR reaction, my doctor told me, oh, professor, how can you go to the forest for a week of traveling without keeping the samples, the material frozen? Well, I told them, okay, let's say that we are learning how to cook. We study the ingredient. The ingredient that we have are magnesium chloride. Who of you is familiar? Well, they are performing PCR. Yeah. Okay, so you know that you need the enzyme for the polymerase, right? That is stable, so it's thermal resistant. Then you need the single nucleotide, the NTPs. Then you need the two primers, and then you need magnesium. Magnesium is the fuel for the enzyme. Okay, without magnesium, there is no gasoline for the engine. And then, of course, you need some DNA. Well, usually you go with you buy the primer that arrive that are lyophilized. Okay, then you suspend them in water and then you freeze them because otherwise they get degraded. And when you buy the NTPs, they come frozen, okay, in water, pure water. And then the Taq polymerase, or any other polymerase that you want to use, arrived at -20. And I told my group, well guys, I'm so old that I remember when the PCR was invented. The first time I performed a PCR reaction, it has been in Iowa, in the US, in 1990. In Italy, we still didn't have a PCR machine at the time. So I remember that we were playing and also producing our own enzyme. And I remember the story of the Taq polymerase. The Taq polymerase had been found by the Thermus aquaticus in the skin of a guy who fell down into a geyser. And he had all the skin burned because of the high temperature of the geyser. And in the hospital, when they were taking care of him, they found that he had this bacterium in the skin. They isolated this bacterium and they discovered the Thermus aquaticus. And by analyzing the Thermus aquaticus, they realized that this bacteria was growing in a very hot temperature. So they said the enzyme that this bacterium is having, they must be stable at this very high temperature. Okay? And so that's why we started using the DNA polymerase from this bacterium for PCR reaction. Before this enzyme was discovered, people were performing the PCR reaction by adding new enzyme at every cycle. Because during the denaturation step, the enzyme was degraded. So they were adding DNA polymerase at every cycle. Okay? With this, they solved the problem. And poor people like me, could not afford to buy the Taq polymerase. It was too expensive at that time. But somebody in the world produced a recombinant clone of E. coli, introduced the Taq polymerase gene into a plasmid, and introduced this plasmid into an E. coli, and distribute. I received the strain, so I was able to produce my own Taq polymerase. You grow the bacterium, then activate the promoter of the gene in order to produce the Taq polymerase. Then, how do you purify the Taq polymerase? Very simple. You destroy the cell, then put the entire mixture at 75 degrees for 60 minutes. Oh, all the proteins of E. coli will get destroyed because of the high temperature. The only protein that will remain in solution will be the Taq polymerase. Okay? So, I thought, but if this enzyme is stable 1 hour at 75 degrees, but why it should not be stable at 37 degrees for weeks? Why people freeze it? So I was discussing with my group, well, professor, that's amazing. If the instructions say keep it frozen, you have to keep it frozen, professor. Well, I told them, let's see, let's make an experiment. You now take 2 aliquots of Taq polymerase today, and you put them at 37 degrees. Then, in a week time, you will take another 2 aliquots of Taq polymerase, and you will put at 37 degrees. In 2 weeks' time, you will do the same. 3 weeks' time, you will do the same. A month from now, you will take 2 fresh aliquots of Taq polymerase, and all the aliquots that you already kept at 37 degrees, that will be 1 week, 2 weeks, and 3 weeks, and a month old. And you perform PCR reaction. Well, after 1 month, the PCR was still working. Only there was a reduction of 30%. I lost the data, it was a long time ago. But a couple of months ago, I asked my people, because in the meantime, all my group changed. And the new guys, they do not believe in this. They were telling me, professor, if there is written the instruction -20, you must keep at -20. Who are you? Well, we perform this experiment, you see? The long gap that is used for the barcoding that on Monday we will perform here, 2 weeks, 1 week, and fresh. No different. 2 weeks at 37. Okay, we didn't reach a month because I didn't have the time, but 2 weeks is enough for For them it was impossible. And then to me, it's a miracle. It's not a miracle, it's simply a matter of knowing your components, okay? Like the basic material for cooking. You must know this kind of thing. So you can easily keep those enzymes at room temperature for weeks, no problem, okay? Then, oh, Professor, how can you take the NTPs for weeks at room temperature? Because they are in water, they get destroyed. And you have to leave with the primer brand new, still dry, freeze dry, because if you put water on it, you destroy everything at room temperature. How do you keep the DNA? You need a freezer. And I told them, look guys, you can block everything that destroys DNA by simply using EDTA. You know that endonucleases, like the polymerases, they require gasoline, they require magnesium. So if you remove the magnesium, the enzymes are not able to destroy DNA. So how do you remove magnesium? You use ethylene, or EDTA. It's a chelator of the magnesium. Ratio is 1:1, okay? Usually you keep the DNA, I don't know how Professor DG will ask you, will tell you to use to dissolve DNA and to store DNA, but we use TE, that is trace plus EDTA. So it's 10 millimolar trace, 1 millimolar EDTA. So that means that it's able that the EDTA to chelate 1 millimolar magnesium chloride, that is a lot, okay? So I told them, but why should I keep this in water? Well, Professor, you cannot put EDTA because the PCR reaction will not work anymore, and so we have to keep it in water. And well, I told them, look, this is me. I'm a kayaker. There, water is very deep. I don't need the element. I don't need the element. But sometimes I grew up and I started swimming and there are rocks. And so the element is saving me my life. Okay? So use the element. So put the element to your DNTPs, put the element to your oligos, add a little bit of magnesium. They did it. Oh, that will not work. I don't have the slide. The PCR reaction worked beautifully. You don't need it, also because the PCR reaction, believe me, you see how much magnesium chloride there is at the final concentration? 2 millimolar. So that means that to remove this magnesium chloride, that for me is too much. Because also there you should play with the magnesium chloride when you perform a PCR reaction, because it's like playing with the salt. Okay? A little bit more, a little bit less, it's making the difference. Or the hot pepper, okay, same thing. So it's not that there is a single dose. Okay? So if I have a little bit of primers with a little bit of EDTA, the small amount of EDTA is nothing. There is enough magnesium chloride to let the reaction go. So I start when I go this expedition, and I think I have also, I don't know if I have primers, yes, for sure. But the primers are not frozen, are in the packet that yesterday asked to keep at 4 degrees, just to say, okay, these are the cells of the skeleton. You can keep the primer for months at room temperature simply by adding a little bit of EDTA. And the same thing, you buy the NTPs, your freezer is broken for months, there is no electricity, okay, no problem. Put a little bit of EDTA and they will stay well. Then there is a protocol that we should follow tomorrow, but that I avoid. Let's say, in order to attach the adapter that then are conjugated with the motor protein, okay? So on Monday, we will have to perform the library prep. that is add the adapter to your amplicon, to your pieces of DNA. In order to do that, it is required that first of all you add a phosphate at the 5' end, and then that you add an extra A at the 3' end. The extra A at the 3' end is required because your adapter, they have a T protrusion. So the T protrusion allows this fragment to get close to this one because there is an A protrusion. So it's like magnets, they get attracted one to the other, and this facilitates the ligation of this part. And I don't know how much you know about primers, but when you buy the primers, they don't have the phosphate on the 5'. It's too complicated, Professor Gigi. I'm going too much into details. Should I skip this part or?
I'm going to explain this.
Is that difficult for you or no? If you buy an oligonucleotide, the 5' is not phosphorylated. So, to add the phosphate here, you need to buy this very expensive kit from New England Biolab. The cost of this reaction is something like about 30 or 40 dollars. I had the night price that I don't know if in this presentation, yeah, so I will show all the cost and so on. And the point is that you have the phosphate here, you need a kinase. Kinase is a protein. It's a problem to transfer, to carry on a protein at room temperature for weeks. And then to add an extra A here, you need an enzyme with a terminal transferase activity. Also, this is problematic to be carried at room temperature. But if you instead of buying normal primers, you buy primers which are already phosphorylated, you don't need a kinase to perform phosphorylation of the 5' end. So it just matter of spending a little bit when you order the primer. And that part is over. And then you don't know because you are too young, lucky you. But for me, I'm very old and I remember the Taq polymerase and so on. I remember that I was reading the properties of this enzyme. And the Taq polymerase has a problem that is producing a protrusion, so doesn't leave you the amplicon blunt. So that polymerase is doing exactly what the terminal transferase should do here. That polymerase is exactly the enzyme that I use when I go into my expedition. So I don't need to perform this. I can skip it completely by hacking the oxo nanopore protocol, and so avoiding this step, simply performing a PCR reaction with a Taq polymerase or any other polymerase that is leaving an A protruding, and by simply buying phosphorylated primers. So I buy phosphorylated primers, I dissolve them in TE, or anyway water with a little bit of ADTA. I use an enzyme that is leaving this protrusion. This enzyme is thermostable, so I can keep it at room temperature. At this point, I don't need to -20 anymore. Simple. I know that for you is complicated, but if you are not molecular biologists and nanotechnologists, that cannot be molecular biology. But this just to make you understanding how much important it is to know the material that you are using. If you know the properties of your material, you can modify the protocols in such a beautiful way. So at this point, we were able to perform a PCR reaction in an outside of the laboratory. good professor. Because you see, I was giving you details on the PCR and they said, hey, stop, now it's time to let they practice with the PCR before you continue. So, very good. Okay. Now, no more details, now just the videos. You know, before it has been tough, but I hope you understood that if you know the technology, if you know your chemicals and your enzyme, you can do something that is absolutely new, a breakthrough advance in technology that allow you to have a lot of fun. So now you will see the videos, considering that I had a lot of fun. You know, sometimes working in the laboratory is very good, after 30 years doing the same thing. But in this case, okay, we developed the protocols to perform a PCR reaction in a jungle. Then we had to convince a company like Oxford Nanopore to support us. And how to do it? It's not that you can go, you make a phone call and say, hey, support me, because it doesn't work like that. So, Michele and I decided to shoot a video and to send the video to Oxford Nanopore in order to convince them to support us. And we shot this video where you see it first time that I'm in front of a camera, and I would say probably even the last time because I'm a horrible actor, but anyway it works. So let's see this first video. That was a promo that we sent to Oxford Nanopore.
Hey, Massimo, it's Michele. I got a problem. Yeah, it's a cool one. But I'm not sure about the idea. I think it could help.
Let me see what I can do. I will try to be there as soon as possible.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Michele, I think we are all set. The sequencing started, and I think we can go home, and I will call you when I will have some news.
Perfect, great. So, see you later.
See you later.
That's not easy in dreams. Having to spend each day the color of the When I think it might be nicer, being red or yellow or gold or something much more colorful like that.
Hey, Massimo, it doesn't fit with anything to the gym bag. Come here immediately. I'm coming.
It's not easy. Seems you blend in with so many other ordinary things. And people tend to pass you over because you're not standing out like flashy sparkles in the water or stars in the sky. But green's the color of spring, and green can be cool and friendly like. And green can be big like a mountain or important like a river.
Recently he invited me to meet the board, Gordon, the CEO, and Jim Brown, the CTO, here in San Diego, at the Hilton. I met in a suite the entire board, and they told me, look, Massimo, that's not possible. That's so exciting, but we don't think we can succeed. And I told them, look, on a practical point of view, I'm ready to go. I just need your signature and your support. And they told me, look, if you are going to produce a movie, a video, like that, in a real world, because that was in a tropical greenhouse in Italy. But in the tropical greenhouse, we have been able to set all the conditions, because humidity is very high. So the instruments sometimes they fail because of the water, and the temperature was so high that if you can really reproduce the same thing in a tropical rainforest in Africa and produce the video, we are going. That was 2014. In May 2015, to have the first London calling, also Nanopore organized every year a meeting in the UK, in London, that we call London Calling. And they said, if for the first London calling you can produce a video like that, okay, we support you. And they did. We had a problem, however, that from a practical point of view, we were able to produce sequences. But at that time, still, we didn't know how to deal with the poor quality of the reef. So when they told us, yes, that was February, no, that was October 2014. We had to produce a video by May next year, so a few months to set up the expedition and to solve all the problems. Yeah, this has been a fantastic moment. But you know, simply because I knew how to play with the chemicals, simply because of this. We had to solve the problem of being able to properly analyze the data. Because if you sequence a frog and it comes out that is a rhino, there is some problem. And that actually was even worse, because if you have seen a comparison of two sequences, here is the sequence of the frog that was produced by the Sanger compared to the sequence of the same frog produced by the Oxford nanopore. The identity is 72%. So that means that 28% of differences are indicating, like sequencing human chicken, more or less. Okay? So it was not working. So we had to, look at the difference. Oil fluid by 44%, so that's impossible. At that time, we decided to try a different strategy and to take many sequences from the same amplification and try to overlap them to collapse a consensus sequence. And we found that by doing that, we had a few errors where the homopolymers are. If you look, here is a long homopolymer, a long homopolymer, 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 but more or less the sequence was accurate. But we found also that if instead of comparing, like here, a single reed with a Sanger, we were taking all the reeds and aligning them on the Sanger. By looking manually, we could see that in every position, the nucleotide that was mostly represented was the proper one. So, you see, by using a very simple, I'm not a bioinformatician, so with my people we saw that, for instance, here there is a homopolymer, but you see that in this case, okay, that the key that is part of homopolymer, although there is a drop in the coverage in this position, is still the most abundant nucleotide. So we thought that if you take the Sanger and you map the reed on the top of the Sanger, in this case, the identity is 100%. So we developed this pipeline that is, the first thing that we have to do is to find a sequence that for us represents the frog. And then we sequence our frog, we take the Oxford nanopore reads, and we compare. If we find that the sequence that comes out is identical, that means that our frog is the frog of that Sanger sequence. Okay? But how do you select the Sanger sequence? Because you have to identify the candidate. Okay? So the idea was at this point, first thing we do is de novo assembly. We produce a sequence that is more or less accurate. We know that there is some problem with the homopolymer. Then we take this sequence and we blast in the database, recover the most similar sequence that for us is our reference, is our candidate sequence. Then we take the same reads that we have used here, align on the reference, and if we find something like this, that means that our frog was already identified. If we see differences, we cannot really claim that the sequence that we got here is accurate, but we know that what we found is a new species. So this system in 2014 was able to tell us if the organism that we were sequencing was already in the database or not. It was not really like understanding the new sequence of sites, like performing Sanger on site, but was already good enough, okay? So part of the goal. So with this pipeline, we were ready to go. And we left Italy in May 2015, 3 weeks before of the London calling, in order to go there, shoot the movie, and especially show to ourselves and to the scientific community that we could succeed. Okay? So this is where we have been sequencing, and this is where we have been sleeping. Okay? In the forest, with the monkeys on the top, jumping from one to another tree. We went there with the batteries. I have to say that the batteries failed. At a certain point, we need a power generator, and somebody went to buy a power generator. We asked the male, the strongest male, to go, because then to bring the power generator, the male didn't go, a female went there and came back with the power generator on the top of the head. Amazing! Okay. Anyway, with the power generator, we have been able to produce what is going to be the second video. It's a land of frogs, you see, so small.
So the sequencing technology evolved very much during the last 20 years or so. But for many years we have been forced to sequence only model organisms or organisms that were very much interesting for the agriculture and of course the Homo sapiens. Nowadays the technology allows us to jump in the future, and also us as a scientist, we can go outside of the laboratory in a place like this and concentrate not just on model organisms but also on wild species. And this is changing dramatically the way we do study genetics. Genetics is now something that is available for every living organism in a place fantastic like this one. We are currently in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, and most of the biodiversity of the world is concentrated in the tropical belt. Until now, it was impossible or very difficult to take organisms from tropical areas and bring them to labs in the most developed part of the world. Now it's possible to take the lab to places like this, where most of biodiversity actually is present, and to sequence them in order to get extremely important information for their conservation. our mission in this beautiful forest. But it's also the beginning of a fantastic neuroscientific adventure.
At the end, thank you. At the end, we had a press conference when we were in I don't remember the name of the city. And we broadcasted the sequence of the frog to Italy and shown that it was possible. But you have seen that girl crying. She cried because we went there with 25 flow cells. The first 24 failed. The last flow cell at night gave us, you don't see it over there, but gave us anyway 2 reeds. 2 reeds. Nothing. It has been, but just enough to say that, oh God, we did it. Okay? 2 reeds. The last flow cell. That situation is not really big dramatic because in any case, we were just few hours inside the rainforest. So in the afternoon, we went inside, slept inside. The next day sequence. At night, we have been able to get those sequences, and the next day we broadcast it. But with that, I have to say, we have been the first group ever to bring a sequencer outside of the laboratory and to sequence something. This is a blog of the most famous blog for biodiversity, and they say here, I'm sorry you don't see it here, but they've been able to sequence most section of the little amphibian DNA, and astonishingly, without even leaving the forest. Okay? And we were saying that that was a proof of principle. What I forgot to tell you is that Oxford Nanopore not only provided us the flow cells and so on, but also modified the software in order to be able to run the software offline. And we implemented a pipeline for performing blast analysis offline. So everything was in a laptop computer, okay? From the base coding to the blast analysis and so on. The same software that then that they developed for us was then used on the International Space Station, okay? So after us, people brought the nanopore everywhere, also in the International Space Station. And also to come here, because I was not 100% sure that I had an internet connection to perform the experiment, I asked them to provide me the offline version that has been developed for me, but that now they call the NASA version. NASA is much more important than Massimo Del Donne. So the NASA version, the offline version, yes, the NASA version. Well, actually, the Del Donne version, because they did it for me. Okay? And with that version is not available. You have to ask. Okay? Now, me, I don't even ask anymore. I don't have to justify why. I simply tell them, okay, I need it, give it to me. And they said, okay, take it and go. Okay? Then they brought to really anywhere, as you can imagine. But the first time has been us. And these are part of the expedition, the most important expedition that we made. Tanzania 2015, born 16, Congo, now we will see a little bit of movie because in that case, as I told you, it has been easy, few hours in the jungle. But in Congo, it took 7 days to reach destination. 7 days. It has been very difficult. So you can imagine also the difficulty of having the chemicals with you and all the laboratories. And that's why we destroyed also many PCR. And then we keep going. I was in the Philippines in November. I like, my group is going to Borneo again this year, and then I have to go in Georgia, many other places. So we keep going, doing this. The laboratory is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. In the last video that is related to the COVID desert last May, you will see that the laboratory now is very, 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 very small. But we also discovered new species. This is in Borneo, we discovered this Rovellinus Leonardo DiCaprio. We gave the name of Leonardo DiCaprio officially to recognize the contribution of Leonardo DiCaprio to the biodiversity because it's injecting a huge amount of money. The real reason is that if you give the name of Leonardo DiCaprio, you become famous. So we went on newspapers and also Leonardo DiCaprio for 24 hours, changed the picture on Facebook, replacing his face with this insect. And so, we did it. It's also this a way to do this. And now, Congo. Should we? Yeah, Congo. Tanganyika. Today, and look, we were there. We are in the middle of Congo, and it took more than 7 days to reach this place. 7 days of traveling through plane, cars, boat. The conditions here are really extreme. The weather is changing several times per day and raining a lot. In this condition, we are going to test how the waters and the Miniano can work and support biologists like Michele to understand the evolution of the species and the diversity of the species that they are finding here. The DNA is the blueprint of life. Every living organism is characterized by DNA. The technology in the last few years improved very much at the point that we can move the sequencing out of the laboratories.
DNA, DNTP, buffer, 2 prime, fondatario. E va tutto qua.
Quando parte, tocca comincia a mescolare i componenti qua, fa correre su e c'è il blocco della PCR che è veramente minuscolo.
Sì, super piccolo.
That is a technology provided by Oxford Nanopore. That is this very small apparatus that should be able to replace completely what we have seen so far. It's a kind of robot to manipulate the DNA in order to make it ready for sequencing. So this will be connected, and actually it will be connected immediately to the computer through a normal USB plug. It will take the energy from a laptop, so it does not require any external source of energy. And the purpose of this part of the trip was to demonstrate that we are able to find a wild species and to read the DNA of those species in order to understand if they are very far or very closely related to species that are already known. You have seen the lake. We could not go down at night because of the crocodiles. During the day, the crocodiles, they were hidden, but at night they were coming out. You have seen the ball tracks. It's a small instrument. I didn't bring it with me. But we are also testing, that was a prototype. It's an instrument that costs about $6,000 that allow you to take the DNA and to produce the library and to produce barcoding. It's also performing the PCR reaction. So you simply put the DNA inside and it's doing everything. In the near future, we will go around with two things, the Oxford Nanopore sequencer, the Voltrax for library preparation, PCR amplification, blah, blah, blah. That's all. We just need then to purify DNA. Then it has been the most extreme. but you have seen the laboratory in which condition we were, okay, but it was big. Now there should be, now the laboratory is something like this, okay, it's a normal lab, this is the laboratory, with me this time, but it's empty this time because most of the stuff are here already. In the meantime, we modified the protocols in order to simplify it, and in order to also improve our capacity of properly barcoding the sequences. Now we have a very powerful pipeline that I will show you also on Monday that allow us that's too complicated this part, to with less than 200 reads get an accuracy of 100%. So 200 reads per sample. On Monday, we will sequence 12 samples. So that means that when I produce 2,000 reads, I can stop. But 2,000 reads, you turn on the sequencer, you will see after 1 minute, you're done already. So it's very cheap. At the beginning, very fast. At the beginning, it took, like in the first video, hours of sequencing. Now it's minutes of sequencing after a few years. And then what we do, we not only contribute by looking at the organism and saying, yes, it is a new species, but also, I don't care about this kind of publication. I'm not a molecular evolutionist, blah, blah, blah. But we like to contribute to this kind of studies where they characterize the species by always looking at the sexual organism. We contribute in this way. So we allow them also to understand, evolutionarily speaking, how different is the new species or the species that we found compared to the other that are already available. So really, once again, this is not my best publication, but it's like to be able to contribute to this. And this is something, the message that I like to give is that, it's my little contribution to the biodiversity studies. Instead of having a web page like this that is giving a message, I try to give a contribution. Then, this is the last movie. This is probably the most extreme experience in terms of sequencing because it was in a tent with a temperature ranging from 0 to 35 degrees. So it was very difficult to work there. We went there with the idea of catching bats and then to sequence the coronavirus from the feces of the bat to see if there was anything similar to COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, okay? And we spent, the video, that's something. We've been joining this expedition in the Great Gobi Desert to confirm once again that we can sequence anything, anywhere, anytime. It took more than a week to get here. We've been traveling with the car all day long. We are exploring 5 or 6 different oases. We stay a couple of days or 3 maximum in each of them, and we analyze the samples that are catched by conservation biologists here.
laboratory 5 or 6 times, you can imagine it's very much complicated because of the logistics, but also because of the environment that is not helping us very much. The difference in the temperature between the day and the night, the wind that are blowing, moving the dust anywhere in the laboratory, and of course the fact that you have to work in a tent in the lab. Let's go and see the lab. As you can see the condition of this laboratory. The wind, everything shaking, the dust, because we have to keep everything open in order to have a normal temperature inside here, because with the sun here it becomes very hot. And we are working in this condition here and trying to purify DNA in order to barcode the bats, and also to purify RNA in order to see if there is some coronavirus positive sample. This is the sequencer. We will connect it, plug it to my computer, and in a couple of days we will be sequencing all the samples that we are preparing here. And here we are also testing the voltrax that we do everything in order to prepare the material for the sequencing. So this is the present, this is the future. Actually, the future is already here. We are in our last oasis, and instead of building the classical green pen that we have been using in the last couple of weeks, yesterday we built up a GIAN, a typical Mongolian tent, and we set up the laboratory inside. Come and see. Today is our last day in the desert. Tomorrow, slowly, we start going back to Ulaanbaatar. We succeeded, but there are still things that need to be fine-tuned. But this, after all, is our job. So what we do, we push the technology at the limit, and we try to improve this limit for the future of genetics and biodiversity evaluation and conservation.
You see, this video has been produced by Oxford Nanopore. So the one person came with us, paid by Oxford Nanopore, in order to shoot this video. And you know, here you've seen in the last two videos, you've seen the voltrax. You don't know the voltrax. This is the future, really. So now for us, Oxford Nanopore is, in terms of sequencer, is something that everybody uses. So we are already going over and pushing on the limit of the next technology, that is to have this very small stuff that allow you to do everything. And you've seen a lady in this movie. She is an associate professor at Ulaanbaatar Mongolian University. She came with us because this is also part of our mission, to go around the world and also to show the technology, like I'm doing here on next Monday. Thanks to Professor Gigi, I'm here and I can do the same technology transfer that I've done there. So nice, huh? I think that's a nice topic. So the cost, we can stop here. Just this, Professor Gigi, is the cost per sample. Then we can see again this data on Monday, but then there is also the metabarcoding part. No, one thing, one minute to serve, you know? Can I have another 5 minutes?
Okay, this is what we do when we go there, barcoding single species. But then what we like to do is also meta-barcoding. Like you take some water and you want to know all the microorganisms which are inside, okay? Here, meta-barcoding is something that is usually related with Illumina. Usually, you perform the analysis of a small portion of the 16S. I go fast because I have only 5 minutes. But with the Oxford nanopore, you can sequence everything, okay? So, we took some water from a polluted river in Rome, the Tiber River. We took 3 samples, and we analyzed, I don't skip this part, we do analyze this data with Illumina sequencing and with Oxford nanopore. And then we compare the data. So, here is recorded. If you start classifying microorganisms, you start from the phylum and you read the species, okay? You can see that when you sequence short with Illumina, most of the data are related to family and genus with Illumina. Illumina is not really so able to go to the species because the fragment is very short. So by analyzing this sample, you see, just to explain this graph, that at the species level, the majority of the species were classified only by Oxford nanopore, okay? Because Illumina was staying at this level. Then, of course, if you take a sample and you don't know what there is inside, and you see that one technology is giving you on paper better data than the other, you are sure that the data are real, okay? Who knows if the species that are classified by Oxford nanopore in that water are real or not. Maybe they are not there. So we added some spike together with what is the Italian Institute of Health that provide us some sample. So we added E. coli, Enterococcus fecalis, Staphylococcus, Salmonella, blah, blah, blah. We repeated the analysis, and at the genus level, Illumina was able to see them, but to see that the species level, Illumina was not able to detect anything, whereas Oxford nanopore was able to do that. So the conclusion is that apart from being portable and allowing you to do so many things at a low cost, Oxford nanopore today also allow you to get a much more defined, the definition of the picture that you get when you perform meta-barcoding is much higher compared to the one that you have there. And we tried also to monitor a lake in Italy by developing a system to filter the water and then to sequence it. And this filtering system was installed on an aquatic drone that could go in certain position of the lake in order to take the water and to get the GPS position. So at this point, you have the coordinates of the position where you can analyze the sample. And this is sometimes very much important because you can follow and on the map to see where there is contamination or variation of the stuff. We developed it, that has been fantastic to develop this set of filters with a pressometer that was importing the time that everything was exploding. Everything works very well. Just a short video that shows you what we do here onshore and how simple it is also to combine the portability to be cheap and
So you see, portable, it's so simple with the voltage, and now it's the end of, this is me sequencing in a restaurant on the shore of this lake. And you see, people here, they were customers just looking at us, but they were waiting for the food. And we were sequencing here in the same place. And then, yes, okay, so we continue sequencing and developing these things, but I would say I stop here. Stop a moment. Yeah. Okay, over.
Incubation. So after overnight incubation, we are taking out from the thermomixer that the incubation chamber, and we have to keep for 5 to 10 minutes in room temperature. So we already take out, and after that we will do centrifuge 14,000 RPM in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So after centrifugation, we will discard we will take out the supernatant and take it into new fresh tube. Respective number we have to mark.
इसको करने का एक हमारा बाकी सारी
So actually it is I think it is over incubation. Because of workshop we are here only.
Okay.
So
उसका नुकसान हो सकता है.
still okay. We will check.
How much we have to do?
Overnight only. Next morning you have to do, but we are seeking GIAN. So in this step, nothing I'm going to get. Only centrifugation.
Only centrifugation.
Centrifugation.
Normal centrifugation. Not temperature.
No. That one without temperature. Na? Now we have to maintain temperature.
Good.
40. That is why I already pre-run. Its temperature is setting now. So after taking out from thermomixer, we just keeping in room temperature 5 to 10 minutes, not too long.
You have to do first
25 days it was in previous incubation. Incubation it will like those chemicals we put in a proteinase care, buffer, this thing. So one fixed temperature is needed to settle down all these things. So it takes overnight. Then now our process is going in temperature which is low. Now we will do in means 4 degree.
But right now it was overnight. It was at what temperature?
25. In the thermomixer, no?
Okay.
Then 13,000 RPM. The shaker is 13,000 RPM. So you can wait 10 minutes. I'm going for keeping centrifuge. This thing. For now centrifugation. Step.
Okay. 14, 230 to 80. It will give a peak. Because now we are going to see that absorption. No?
absorption level is in that particular nanometer, it will show high. Maximum absorption is there. So protein is 230 and 280.
280 is due to tryptophan.
Hmm.
And 230?
230 is for 230 no 230 to 280.
280.
That is your protein part. Okay. Then 260 to 80. That is for your DNA and RNA. So that's why now you have to play a role. You see here 280 falling protein also, DNA also or RNA also. So that is why whatever reading we are reading, we have to be very careful. Because contamination chances are more. Okay.
So how will we say that alienating this part? Protein or DNA, how will we contaminate this?
No, that is see now you are making three phases are there. Supernatant is aqueous phase. There your DNA is there. Interphase is there. And below your organic phase is there. So we are going to take out that aqueous phase. But after adding your phenol, chloroform, isomer alcohol, yes, your DNA, yeah, is there any contamination is there or not? You have to check. Definitely, yeah, if you are anything, if you are committing any mistake during your extraction period time, then definitely, yeah, that is why we want to check with the absorption part. So normally already it is established fact that if it is a DNA or RNA, that's why you see that T. So 260 to 80, you will get the maximum absorption. Protein is 230 also, 280 also. So that is why even you are getting 280, yeah, there are protein also possibilities are there.
Yes.
So that is why you have to be very careful while doing your DNA quantitation. Okay, that's why. Because just like that, see normally what we are doing, we are going there, what reading it is there, we are noting down. No. Here itself you have to see. That is why this nanometer playing a major role. Right. See now how we are calculating the concentration of a DNA or RNA. So that is very very important part. So for that you see that second slide, that formula is there. Correct. Concentration is in microgram per ml. Unit is microgram per ml. So we are taking what measurement you are taking? 260 you are taking, 320 you are taking. Okay. So you subtract 260 with 320. So you are getting one value. Okay. Into your nucleic acid conversion factor. Nucleic acid conversion factor is, yes, below that it is there. If it is a double stranded DNA, 50 microgram per ml. If single stranded DNA, 37 microgram per ml. Same thing, single stranded RNA means 40 microgram per ml. Okay, so this is your conversion factor. So that conversion factor you have to put. Suppose now we are doing DNA, so we put 50. Correct? Into your dilution factor. Yes, you are going to dilute. After doing this thing, how much you are diluting? The dilution factor you have to add it. So this way you are finding the concentration of the protein that is present in your sample.
Concentration of DNA.
Concentration of the DNA.
So but I have used A320.
Sir, here how we can take whether it is double stranded we have extracted or single stranded DNA?
No, that thing we know now. See now all whatever sample we are taking all are double stranded.
If suppose there is some single stranded by mistakenly we are calculating.
Here because we are not doing any heating this kind of thing. It's always double stranded. If you are using single stranded, yes, then this is the conversion factor. Okay. So now you see what is your DNA yield, that is in microgram. The third slide you see what is the concentration you are getting into total sample volume. how much volume you are taking. So this way you have to calculate this point. I hope you are clear about this point. Correct? Then fourth slide you see. So whether it is a DNA or RNA, yeah, that may absorb light in the 260 nanometer range. So then 260 is very, very important part. 260 is the main part. Then 280, next line you see here, very important part is amino acids with aromatic rings in protein absorb light at 280 nanometers. So which can affect the absorber measurement at 260 nanometer. That is why initially I told protein means 260 and 280. Correct. So that's why you have to be very careful about these things. So because of this, that may affect absorbance at 260. Okay. Then another important part is, see, we are adding lot of salt. Correct. So because of that, what is happening here? Yes. So your DNA may absorb light at 230 nanometer and can lead to higher 260 nanometer absorber measurement through crossover. Yeah. That's why you have to be very careful about this point. Okay. So 260, 280 and 230. 230 because of salt concentration. 280 because of protein. Okay? Right. So now any contaminants are there. Yes, that is why contaminant, that's why 261 is there. Then another important part is, see, is 230. 230, see, another slide if you are seeing here, very important part is, that ratio thing is there, 260 by 230. Then 260 by 280. So whatever value you are getting in that particular absorption, that value you put forth in this formula. 260 by 230, 260 by 280. Yes. So that's why here clearly here mentioned. See, this 260 and 230, that denotes for your carbohydrate, polysaccharides. Okay, you are getting very low reading in 260 and 230. Then you may say that okay, polysaccharide contaminations are there. That is one thing. Or you are adding phenol. No? So maybe it's a contamination of polyphenols. So this two thing is very, very important part. This 260 and 230, you are getting a very low reading. Same thing, if it is a high reading, so then very important part is, yes, because here it is mentioned, maybe inappropriate solution for the blank measurement, or the blank solution should be the same pH of the similar ionic strength as the sample solution. So just you read, note this point. And 260 and 280. Yes. So if 260, 280 you are getting very low reading, then low concentration of nucleic acid, you are DNA. Okay, that means less than 10 nanogram. Suppose if you are getting high reading in that after calculating the 260 by 280, so that means your RNA contaminations are there. Okay, so that's why 260 by 230, 260 280. Yes. So low reading, high reading. That is very, very important part. So now we come to this thing. Yes. So what standard we have to follow? See, here we are adding phenol. So maybe a chance for phenol. Correct? So that is why, see, phenol absorbs at 270. So that is why your 260 by 280 should be 1.2. So that point you have to note down. This is the point you have to note down. 260 by 280 should be 1.2. if it is contaminated. If it is no contamination, then 260 to 80 will get 2. So that is why normally we are keeping 260 by 280 should be 1.8 to 2. Then your DNA is not contaminated. The conclusion can. Okay. So if it is below 1.8, then you have to check. It's not some contaminations are there. Even if you are doing agarose gel electrophoresis, no, clearly you may see. Because if it is RNA contaminations are there, below you may get a lot of the amplicons will be below. So then another slide you see finally if it is an RNA or DNA, RNA is 230, 260, 280. Correct? So you should get 1:2:1. It means how will you read 230 by 260 or 260 by 280. So total thing 260 by 280 you have to get 2. But if it is a DNA sample, you should get 1.8. That's why we are keeping 1.8 to 2. So if you are working on RNA, you should get 2. And if it is a DNA, you should get 1.8. Below that, yes, some contaminations are there. So that is a very, very important part. Then other contaminants, you are asking 320. Yeah, why we are considering? See, next slide if you are seeing here, absorption at 330 nanometer or higher. That is indicating some kind of contaminations are there. So in that 330 nanometer, if you are taking your DNA sample, if it is pure, you should get 0. So that is why in your calculation you are taking 320. Now we will continue later. Yes. Good question.
Now centrifuge is done. Okay. So after centrifuge, these debris will settle down in bottom and upper aqueous layer. Aqueous layer means you will come, you will see. Just I'm telling. Upper aqueous layer will take out. This is called supernatant. So here pipetting should be done properly. If you are taking this mixing with these two things, then contamination will be there. So,
Group 2.
let's see here. See, while taking out the supernatant gram, at a single time you have to take out. After inserting your pipette inside this tube and you are doing like this, in pressing up and down, then it will, with pressure, it will mix.
அப்படி தலைகில வரல சென்சர் போன
Can you please for the back?
you know that phenol chloroform isopropyl alcohol. This
அழைச்சிடு இதுதான் தெரியாது
500 microliter. So it's light sensitive. So
One by one come and add.
ये 20 वो है डिस्कस है ये गिरेगा
इसको
Everyone
डिस्कस करने में ऐसे
next. Okay, after
नेक्स्ट 4
अच्छा फोन बस खाली
Three, two, three.
अच्छा अच्छा सेंटीग्रेड
3
Do it what? Next, two.
Ik doe het weer de volgende keer.
Why you are adding this chemical yesterday I told like isoamide alcohol but it did emulsification emulsification antifoaming and chloroform separation and phenol prevents GIAN from damage. परिवार करते हो ऐसे नहीं नहीं दोनों पकड़ के हाँ
अभी सब लोग
ये टाइम देखिए Now again centrifuge because now separation will happen. Means that chemical is
What pages?
Okay. 14,000
14,000
这个
If any isopropyl is like attached with this, it will hard to go. So you have to in this step you have to seal like this. This step is very crucial. So you can see these three phases coming. Okay. My hand is very bit shaking, but just
Yes. Clearly visible.
so sometimes if sample is less, so it will attach less quantity, then taking out is very difficult. But here in this tube you can take another tube is very less.
Here is DNA.
And this is this and this and the face. Here protein
నీకు అందాం బావ పేరు నీకు అందాం బావ పేరు అనేది
రౌట్ ముయ్య
అవుట్ బియర్
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
ఇంకొక
ಅವನ್ ಕ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ and ಮುಯ್ಯ
you have to take
Stop.
straight.
క్రిస్టన్ ఇది క్రిస్టన్
ಕ್ರಿಸ್ಟ and
క్రిస్టన్ అవును ప్లాటినం వెజిటబుల్ అవునా
Here.
That's a happy.
And this.
ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ లో ತರಲ್ಲ ಮಿಸೋ ಫುಲ್ಲಾನ ಲಾಭ ಬರೋಣ ಏನೇನೋ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು
Here if it is something little bit also mixing, just leave it. This is also enough. Here is very less.
We all हमें वहाँ फोटो दिखानी है कैसे तभी तो मिलेंगे
हमेशा आपको कोई जाएगा माता किलोमीटर करता है ना फॉर्म आएगा हेलो सर नो साउंड साउंड क्लियर डोंट मेक साउंड साउंड है GIAN वो नहीं आ रहा है ना इसीलिए You don't get the answer. Sorry.
ठीक है कंप्यूटर पर बताइए सारा इसमें एक्सपर्ट
That's a very nice mix.
இல்லை ரொம்ப சும்மா நேரம் இதாயிடா அது வந்து அவங்க சில நேரம் நடந்துருவாங்க ஃபோன் வச்சுட்டு இருந்தா வச்சுருப்பான்
same simple, na? Five. Four hundred ये ऐसा बना बहुत ही मतलब क्या बोलते हैं इसको डिस्कस नहीं वॉलेटाइल तो बहुत फास्ट था
सेकंड बोल लेना
ये पूरे डिब्बा का
सेकंड बोल लेना சரி பண்ணதே திருப்பி தான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க மாதிரி இருக்கு ஆனா கேமரால பார்க்கும்போது 37 நிமிஷம் ஓடிச்சுல ஒரு வீடியோ இதுல 37 நிமிஷம் ஓடிச்சு அதுலயே வர மாட்டேங்குது லைவே காணும்
ஃபுல்லா காப்பினால அப்படியே கட் ஆயிடும் தனி ஃபுல் வீடியோ சேவிங் பண்ணி நம்ம
ஃபுல்லா கண்ட்ரோல் எடுத்து கட் பண்ணி அப்படியே போட்டேன் நேற்று அந்த மாதிரி தான் கொடுத்தோம் நான் நீ கொடுத்துட்டு போனதுக்கப்புறம் நான் கட் பண்ணிருக்கேன் கண்டிப்பா ஒரு 20 நிமிஷம் 25 நிமிஷம் ஓடி போகிறோம்
because DNA is negatively charged and water also having charge So water also try to then pull out the DNA, soluble. And but isopropanol also try to keep from soluble. So the water and isopropanol side will take DNA.
One more. Yes. Now after this, same machine, 1 hour. Room temperature 1 hour. This is minus का? No. minus 20 और 1 hour. अरे इसमें नहीं डाला था क्या? ये तो पूरा white तो ये देखो ये ऐसा
ये डाला आप हाँ तो ऐसे करिए
ये 4 में नहीं होता
वेट करना है until it become white flakes
अच्छा चल चुका है
mix करवा
तुम लोग हंस रहे हो
अगर डाला नहीं तो इतना बोलेगा
हाँ molecular biology का लेगा
बाकी भी वाइट आया है ना
when I teach you how to make white or not, you will be laughing more and more. Okay? Yes, sir.
National Center for Biotechnology Information, NCBI. NCBI, go inside. Searching. You can go inside. Yeah. Click.
NCBI.
Yes. See, then you see on left side corner, you are getting all databases.
Yes.
Correct? So you select nucleotide. You can sit here. Yes. You can do it by yourself. Who is there? All are doing it. See, now, yeah. What do you want? Do you know means you put your name. What do you want? What gene do you want? Yeah. If you don't know, yeah, you type anything, insulin, leptin, hemoglobin, or cytochrome oxidase 1, anything you type. Those who are all working on biodiversity, yeah, you type cytochrome oxidase 1. And what species do you want? Even plant also, yeah, you can, yes, whatever, yeah, plastic you are getting, yes, type. So, yes, after that search, CO1, in which organism do you want? Anything, yeah, you can make it. Even you are making CO1, all will come. From there also you can select. Done. Okay. Yes. Done. Okay. See that if you are seeing there. put CO on you are nothing. You are getting that one. Correct? No? See, first you read, you see. CO1. Right. Just come. You see, first you have to read that part. You see what organism it is there and what is the length. That thing you please note that thing. Correct. After that, see 614 base pairs. Base pair is your length. 1044. Yeah, that is your length. 432. That is your length. 579. 6157. Yes. Whatever, yeah, your yes, yeah, 956. Okay, 20 base pair. Okay. See now below that you see whenever you are using here that format is very important part. So here whenever you are doing that DNA part, we are using FASTA format. So click FASTA. Click FASTA.
Among this, can we select anything, sir? Like if there is any issue? Because I'm remembering this being partial CDA.
One area boy, okay, you are writing. Only example. Later we go in that. Correct. See, now you are getting that FASTA format. Correct. See, FASTA format always start with greater than. Greater than is there, then it is a FASTA format. You know that point. Correct. So now what you do, you go to left side tab, you see now we have to store this thing in notepad. Okay, click that left corner.
Send to file faster. Send to.
No, that is FASTA format. Now you minimize and go to your desktop where you can get where notepad is there.
Search in notepad.
Right
Right
click.
click, or right click new.
Okay, go to desktop, minimize that your screen,
No, right click new. Text document.
minimize your screen, then minimize your screen. Yes. Notepad is there. All you got notepad. Okay, then you can paste, copy that and paste this thing in your notepad. Yeah, greater than. From greater than, you see now, yeah, you are having a big thing. Okay, you can copy and then keep it in your notepad. Okay, done. Okay, all notepad is ready. Then now file save as.
Click on file.
File save as. Yes. See now you store this thing in. Say at present you put it in desktop.
You can change the name also, no?
See in which folder you want to save, because this process is always necessary. How you are collecting sequence and how you are storing your data in a file. So path is very, very important thing. So you have done that one. See here star dot text. Star means you give your name, any name you can give, short name. So name dot then your text. So it's a text format. So then close it. Save it. Yes. Then your notepad, it is there. So now minimize the screen. Yeah, again you go to notepad. Are you in a position to retrieve? You are retrieving? Yes?
Yes.
Good. So now, okay, this point over. Correct? Now you know the organism. Correct? Please note down your organism. Correct? You know, oh, this sequence is for this organism. You know that thing. Correct? Now we are going to design a primer. Clear? Okay, so now minimize your screen, go to type Primer 3. Go to, this is not Google, huh?
Google, yeah.
You have Google, huh?
It's not Google, sir.
Google only, huh?
It's Bing.
Go to Google, yes, type Primer 3. Okay, Primer 3. See there, two versions are there. Primer 3 web is there, Primer plus 3 plus is there. So you select the Primer 3 web. Okay, click Primer 3 web. Correct. So see the screen, what it is coming. Yeah. What are all the parameters are there? Morning I have sent Primer 3 designing, correct? You read all the things. What are all the parameters are there? Okay, so now in middle you see paste the sequence is there. Correct? So now what you have to do, you go to notepad. Yes. Greater than, yes, that is then only it will recognize. Yeah, greater than, yes, whole thing you can copy and paste.
Yes.
Primer 3 will. So greater than a very important part. Okay, otherwise this Primer 3 web tool will not recognize that sequence. So you have done that one, correct? Then below you see pick primers. Pick primers, click. Pick primers. See now here you see, you are seeing. So your primer has come. Morning I told 5 dash 3 dash 3 dash 5 dash. Here left primer, right primer they are telling. Left primer is 5 dash 3 dash. Okay, right primer is reverse 3 dash 5 dash. So you have to remember that point. Okay. Clear? See now you see here. There, yeah, you have to read that point. So you are having your own sequence, correct? You see here what is the left primer, what is the start, what is the length. Then your melting temperature is the Tm. Yeah, please go through all that point. Tm is there, then GC content is there.
Yeah.
And 3 dash, yes. 3 dash, yes, one is there. Then hairpin is there. Okay, all that parameters you have seen. Okay, see this is, now you see below the sequence you see, yes, whole length you have given. But where it is selected, that it is there in greater than, huh? Yeah, greater than part you see. Very important part is whenever you are designing primer, you have to consider your start, middle, as well as the end. That is very, very important part. Okay, so here greater than also there, less than also there. So what is the meaning that thing? That thing, yeah, that thing it is selecting. Greater than means your 5 dash 3 dash primer. You see? Please check that point. Greater than, less than. Yeah, less than is your right primer.
Yeah.
Correct now? Yes. So, see, and below you come down.
Here, four left.
And see, very important part is product size. Because whenever you are after your PCR, you are going to run the agarose gel. So there you are going to use DNA ladder. Same product size you should get. Wherever you are getting that amplicon, that means your band, correct? Thick band you are getting in agarose gel. So your product size, yeah, 205 exactly you have to get. then only you are targeting your gene. But sometimes, yeah, you may not get exact 205. You may get plus or minus 10, or sometimes it may go up to 20 also. Yes, but that's why that point you have to realize. That's why whenever you are doing, that time only you know what is the exact product size. That time only you have to think, and whatever they are mentioning here, you may not get that much product size. So then in your research paper you have to mention, oh, this is my product size, right? So top one is one primer. Then below you come. See, lot of other primers they have given. 3-4 primers are there. Right? So for whole sequence, yes, that primer 3 tool designed and it is giving.
And so different one has the different
Yes, product size. Correct. Different product size is there. So now what you have to do? You have to see, note down all these things in notepad. Okay. Normally, whenever you are doing that, whatever primer is there, number 1, yes. You have to keep everything in a notepad. Later you can do it. Okay. So now what you do? Simultaneously, you can open Google and type oligo analyzer. Oligo analyzer. You see, 2 things are there. See, whenever you are using oligo analyzer tool, you have to sign in. Okay, another one more is there. Oligo elevator is there. Evaluator is there. Yes. So oligo evaluator, you no need to sign in. Both the thing you open. Oligo evaluator and oligo analyzer. On your oligo analyzer, you can sign in. You give password, yes. Then only you can go inside. Sign in. Okay, that is what is that? Register. Register is there. Oligo analyzer, you register your name. Then later you can use it. No need to do that. You have to do only in oligo analyzer. Only oligo analyzer, you give your part. Oligo evaluator, no need. You can do it by yourself. Yeah, this thing, don't do it. Only that integrated DNA technologies, oligo analyzer only you have to do. Okay, you give your name, password, first name, then you do it, then you can go inside. Supervisor.
Very difficult to say all these things. For hours to 70
Yes, sir.
So done. Very good. Yeah. See, one you are all done. Oligo analyzer. Now you paste your sequence in oligo analyzer also, in oligo evaluator also. You paste that thing. See, oh, how to paste? Yes. See, forward primer is there, reverse primer is there. Correct? One by one you have to. Now, here we are going to check, is there any intramolecular or intermolecular interactions are there or not? That thing we are going to check. That means if you are seeing that right hand side, hairpin, self-dimer, heterodimer are all there. So that point only we are going to check. So you have to take forward primer, only that thing, and you have to paste it. Only forward primer. Go to primer 3.
First I am putting left
Yes.
primer.
Yes, that thing only you have to, one by one you have to do. Yes, paste it. Yes, only that thing. Yes, copy. Yes. See now, after analyze you see. Same way you go for oligo evaluator.
Okay. Calculate now.
Oligo evaluator. Yes. Paste it. See now you have to compare. See, your oligo analyzer is a detailed thing. See, detailed way you will get all the information. T is there. See, oligo analyzer. See, first what you do, you see oligo evaluator. First you see oligo evaluator. What is the result you are getting? Yeah, please note down that thing. See, in oligo evaluator, it is showing what is the. See, here very important part is your GC content. What is the GC content? Yes, note down. What is the length? What is the melting temperature? How many GC clamp is there? You have to note down in your notebook. Please always write in notebook. Don't copy and paste. Okay, note down what is the GC content, how many GC clamp is there, what is the length, what is the melting temperature. Yes, what is any primer dimer is there or not, and what is about your secondary structure. See here, if you are seeing that secondary structure weak, see that thing only it is showing. But you go to oligo analyzer, yes, you will get how many yes, secondary structures are there. Hairpin, self-dimer. So you have noted down now. In oligo evaluator, first you do. So you note down on that point. So now you know, okay, this is my length, this is my melting temperature, this is the GC content. Now, yeah, you have to see your primer designing. Yes, how much GC content recommended.
Yes.
See, now only, yes, your role, yes, is there. Tool will give the result, but now you have to take the decision. Which primer I am going to use? It is following the criteria of primer. Yes. See, melting temperature is there. Correct. Tm is there. Same way TA, annealing temperature. So how will you calculate annealing temperature? Anyone knows? Huh? How to calculate annealing temperature TA? You go to only oligo evaluator. Don't go to oligo analyzer, please. You have already noted down your melting temperature Tm. Now TA, annealing temperature. Oligo evaluator. You are not doing that one. See, annealing temperature is, yes, your primer should go and then bind. That shows your annealing temperature TA. So how will you calculate? What is your melting temperature? -5. Okay. What is the melting temperature? -5 is your annealing temperature TA. T, capital T, subscript A, capital A. So calculate your annealing temperature. So now you are going to check forward primer as well as the reverse primer. Your, yes, annealing temperature, melting temperature should be the same. Are you getting? Yes, now you have noted down now. Now you have done for forward primer. Same thing you do it for reverse primer in oligo evaluator. Right. Same thing you are doing first. How you want melting temperature? Same thing was different thing or
This is already evaluated, like oligo analyzer, we need to open oligo evaluator. The same results it will be showing. We also need to notice.
So now you calculate for reverse primer. Forward primer already you have done. Reverse primer you do it in oligo evaluator.
For this platform.
Or oligo analyzer?
No, oligo analyzer will do it later. First you finish oligo evaluator. Yes, first of all you have to understand what is what. Because oligo analyzer, you have to.
Same.
Oh, same. Very good. That's why I'm telling you. That thing you have to check. Both forward and reverse primer melting temperature should be same. But sometimes or many times you may not get the same. That thing you have to check.
And if we are not getting same, then sir?
That's why. Then you have to go for next. You have to. No. After that you have to check your hairpin. I will tell you one by one. Yes. Note down how many. See, tea is getting cold. Okay, if you are finishing, yeah, you come and have tea. Then again you come back. Not same. Not same. No, that's what I'm telling you. Your melting temperature is 63.5. Previous one forward is 62. 65. Okay. Not down. That's why I'm telling you.
Not same.
Not same. That's why. That's why. One by one. Okay, so once you are finished, yeah, you go for tea. And come back. Yes, after tea, we will assemble again. As it is, yeah. Don't close anything. Yes. Finish tea. Then yes. Yes. Then blast.
Down.
Yeah. See, after going blast, yeah, you click blast.
Anima, blast. You calculate na? Just by number. Sequence.
So now it's lost. See, are you getting, you check your organism is there? Are you getting your organism?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this way you have to check both forward as well as the reverse. So whatever, see, you have to design several primers. We don't know in where we will get the result. That's why always you have to try 5, 6 primers or 10 primers.
Yes, sir.
Genus will be okay, like species
What is
variation.
your
Yeah.
primers? Yeah, that's why. What is your showing your sequence? Isodus lactose, okay. Isodus, see, no, the measurement is lactose.
You also matching, but you.
Clear? So, see, there blast, all you know about blast, huh? No need to explain, na? Because in blast, a very important part is that the E value. Okay, so no need to explain that blast, right? You know that thing. So, like that, you have to check every time. So, this is you are checking. Okay, now primer, okay, you are in a position to whether it is a forward primer or reverse primer. Is it in a position to identify my particular organism? Okay, confirmed. Right, it is there. Then now you go to oligo analyzer.
Yes.
Now you go to oligo analyzer. Yeah, paste that thing.
Oligo
Yes.
analyzer.
Already, yeah. You paste that. Already you have blasted, correct? That sequence you copy and paste in oligo analyzer.
So what sequence?
Sir, this sequence,
What you have blasted, that primer you paste it here.
So primer sequence or
What primer you have used here? That primer part you have to copy here. Yes. Then you can go for hair braid. See, oligo analyzer basically for your intra and intermolecular interactions. So that's why it is there. Hairpin, self-dimer, heterodimer. Yes.
Yeah.
Even you see here that the melting temperature mismatch also there.
Yes.
So that also you can get that thing. So that's why you are checking that part. Okay. See now it is giving the result. Yes. Now you have to go to that primer 3. Yes. Hairpin, dimer, what delta G I have given. Are you getting that thing?
Yes.
You have to check. Understand? This is your delta G is there.
Yes, sir.
So what is your recommended thing for hair? If it is a hairpin, if it is a self-dimer, if it is a heterodrimer.
Sir, that time it was 64.9, but again both that is. Now it has to be 56.6.
That's why. See, now another important part is tool-wise it will vary. But I am telling you, you are going to send it for company.
Okay.
That time they will give melting temperature, all the details they will give. That thing only you have to follow. Understand? See, this is only you are checking with my primer is okay or not.
Okay.
But once you are sending for outsourcing, they will give all the information. So you have to play the thing. Oh, what melting temperature? What yes, everything you will get it. You are having that. You can scan later and send it to our GIAN portal. Then they know what how they are getting. They will get an idea.
Yes.
So then accordingly they will. Okay, so I will send. Because normally we are sequencing that primer. We are designing that primer with Eurofins. Okay, that data I will send it to you. Yeah. So you can do anywhere. That is not a big issue. So here, that's why that hairpin, self-dimer, heterodimer. So now you go to your that primer 3. You have to check. That is very important part. Hairpin means what? Self homodimer or self dimer. What it is? And heterodimer. What it is? You have to know. Okay. So you go to your primer 3. Then check and see that thing. Then yes, that is the only thing. Because
What is this, sir? Any
this like that.
Yeah.
Any intimates, any other thing. You see here, that's why I'm telling you. These are all, this is what this is hairpin, homodimer. That means self-dimer, homodimer. See, homodimer, you are getting that delta G. See, now you go to that our primer 3, you check whether it is okay or not. If it is a hairpin, homodimer, no? Internal self-dimer, greater than minus 6 kilocalories. It is there. You check, your thing is greater than minus 6 calories. Internal self-dimer. Or 3-end self-dimer is there. That is also greater than minus 5 kilocalories. Yes. What value you are getting? See, 36, this thing. So that's good.
Sir, where it is?
You have to check like that.
Here.
That is very important part. Okay. No, yeah, self-timer you set. See here you are getting kilocalories minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, like that they are giving. So they are telling. But go up maximum delta G, this dimer sequence they are telling minus 38. It's okay. So like that we are coming to the conclusion.
Sir, yes, this is hairpin. Hairpin. So the delta G, the value, delta H, and delta S. There are 5 values. Yes. CT or exchange.
This homodimer analysis. Oh, self-dimer. You are doing a self-dimer. Okay. What is delta G? So then accordingly you have to check. So these are all by practice only. Now I am giving you only tips. Yes. Yeah, you are doing continuously. Even after 1 month you are not doing means you will forget. And another important part is always they are changing their tool. That's why if you know basic, then only you can get all that information. Today you are seeing oligo analyzer. Tomorrow after 1 year you see they will show some other thing. So that is why these all tools are all free. So that is why they may change. So that's why you have to select which one I am going to use for my part. So your oligo evaluator from which I am getting, yes, generally I am getting all the things. Okay. So that's why one by one you have to check and that thing you have to note down. And another important part is you are copying the thing in your notepad, no? Same thing whenever you are sending company, you have to send it through Excel sheet. So in that Excel sheet they will ask. So that's why double check you have to do. All primer, that whatever base pair, everything is okay.
So we have got 4 different kind of primer, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we will have to send all our
That is why you have to check everything is okay. Everything is okay. Then it's okay, then you have to send. And you are doing blast also, okay. It's started?
One side is centrifuge. I don't need to go there.
10 minutes.
So what to inform? Inform.
The incubation is over now, centrifuge, so no need to come.
Clear? You're clear about that part, that's why. Because the primer rule, you have to know about that thing. See, in that thing you are telling, melting temperature should be 55 to 65 degrees centigrade. Yes. What the melting temperature you are getting? Yes. And absence of dimerization capability. Yeah. And hairpin usually less than 3 base pair. Yes. You see now you are, excuse me, see you are not, yeah, that's why. This is the problem with, we may not learn. Again I am telling you, because we are very weak in bioinformatics and molecular biology because you are not giving any attention to this thing.
No, sir, we are completely.
Okay, that's why. Then you may lose, yes, you are not catching my point. You can't do it on your own. I am telling you. This is the thing I am always seeing in all conference and workshop. Yes, what is our business? I am going to get it or not. You are not curious. Yes, so. Today, no. Tomorrow, yes, that's all will be volatile. Then you have to start from fresh only. So here very important part is your hairpin thing you are doing in oligo analyzer, correct? So see there hairpins you are seeing that thing. So it should be less than 3 base pair.
Yes.
No, greater than 3 base pair.
Greater than?
3 base pair. That's why you please check. Then accordingly you can do it.
But sir, how here we can check the greater than or less than 3 base pair?
See, on another point they are telling melting temperature, if it is above 65, that may lead to secondary structures or secondary priming. That means what? Hairpin, cell, that's why. What is your melting temperature? If it is below 65,
Yeah.
sometimes you make it more than that. Then don't select. Even it may pass, but don't select those things.
3 base pair.
See, that is why you have to be very careful while designing the primer. That is very important part. And annealing temperature I already told. So whatever your melting temperature -5. So that way you have to do these things, right? So be careful about this. This is the point you should know. Okay. That's why I already told universal primer. Yes, already it is established. Based upon that publication, you can collect. But if you are not getting, that is why. Because why most of the persons they are using universal primer, because they don't know how to design their own primer. Okay, that is a very important thing. That's why you have to be very clear. Because even you are using universal primer, for example, for animals cytochrome oxidase 1, and for plant RBCL, tRNA, lot of things are there. Then if you are coming to fungi, ITS. If you are going to bacteria, 16 years. Yes, it is there. Universal primer, everything is okay. But if you are not getting result, then you should know how to play. Okay, so these are all the important points you have to note down. So now we know about primer design and degenerate primers. So you go to Google, you type degenerate primers. This degenerate primers.
See you
Okay, see you tomorrow. Yeah, have fun tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yes, have fun.
Thank you. Yeah, I will. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me walk. Let me walk.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go by that. Degenerate primers. Yeah, click everything. Yeah. You see, degenerate primer, very tricky business. Because see, in blast, if your animal is there, organisms are there, then no problem. Correct. You can design your primer based upon that sequence. But if it is a new thing, de novo, then you have to go for degenerate primer only. Suppose new phylum, new genera, new species. Yeah, how can I say? Because it cannot recognize new species. Please see, most of the molecular biologists, they are committing mistakes here only. Taxonomists only, they know, oh, what is this. Otherwise, whatever sequences are available in the database, that is all European and American thing only. Our Indian part, zero, very less. That is why each and wherever you are in different parts of India, yes, you have to do and you have to submit your database. Then only, yes, database is 100% yes, authentic. But now, yes, it is not there. Otherwise, what you will do, whatever it is there in previously, that species only you may say, this is this. Because we are not taxonomists. Yes. So that is why always I am advising you, yes, first of all, collaborate with taxonomist, identify that species properly, then you submit your sequence. Then, yes, no problem. Otherwise, no, you may submit. After 10 years, you may feel very guilty. Oh, I did a mistake. Now you don't know because now you are very young. But once you are becoming 50 years, 60 years now, yes, that guilty will kill you. That is very important part. So we have to follow that ethics, scientific, professional ethics. So whatever you are doing, yeah, authentic way you have to do and you have to submit that database. So trust is very important part. Okay, so now you click that degenerate primers. What you are getting? See, that is why I am telling you. Degenerate primer, all informations are there. No one is getting what we want. Have you seen? That's why I am telling you. You have to be master in how I am going to get my point within fraction of second. What kind of keywords you should use and you have to get my information. Yes, that thing you have to practice by yourself. Then only you know. Understand? That is very important part. Degenerate. Yeah, no one is all same thing. Degenerate points. How to design, how to design and design degenerate primers. Rest what are this come? Yeah. Then are you getting this is kit only. I don't know. Because see, I don't know ABCD of degenerate primer, correct? But I have to get the information. Are you getting? You are not getting, huh? How to design degenerate primer? Type it. After that also, are you getting? You are not getting.
Guidelines for generating.
That's right. Yes. Are you in a position to say something? You are not in a position to say anything, correct? You are not getting anything. Hey, what is this here? Horrible thing. That's why you have to take a decision. Which one I want? Is it okay? What is degenerate primer? See, in this way, this research gate playing a major role. If you are seeing research gate type of thing, you click, they will ask lot of questions. Several experts, they will give their view. So that way you will learn many things. Okay, that is one way of collecting information. Sorry, sometimes you may not get that research gate also. Sorry. Another important part is, very important thing is, yes, you have to think about our childhood days. See the picture, tell the story. So go to images. Okay. There, are you getting anything? Yes. Are there? That's why first you have to see the picture. Lot of picture will come, but what information I want? Is there? See. Come on. No. Only images only there?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. See? Okay. Show me your images. Images. This one.
Space without? Yeah.
No.
Degenerate nucleotide codes.
Yeah, that one.
No.
Okay, you show me your images. Yeah, that one. Yes, click that one. Yes. See, that's why I'm telling you. See here, degenerate primer means. See, here you are designing your primer. See, now base pair only, ATGC only. So that's why here, yes, see, they are giving that part. R means A or G. Either base pair A or G. You see that? Yes. This one. Yeah, that thing you have to read that part. That is very important thing. Okay, so that point you have to note down. So yeah, that means B means AB. B means GTC, anything. So whenever your sequence GTC is there, it will recognize. Here that option you are giving. But in normal primer designing, you are not giving any option. A means A, T means T, G means G, C means C. Yes. Any other thing is there, it will not recognize. But here, you are giving that option. That is your degeneracy. What is the meaning of degeneracy? Your genetic code you have already studied. No? What is the meaning of degeneracy?
Like one codon is coding.
Correct. One codon coding many amino acids. Same principle. Degenerate primer. Yeah. So that primer is in a position to find out. Yes. Even bases are different. Yes. That's why you are giving option. First you are giving only one. Then after that you are giving two. Then after that you are giving three. See that options you are giving. Yes. So if you want to do that thing, yes, you can do that part. But for that you have to have a lot of experience. Then only that's why once you are involving in this thing, yes, you know many things. Okay, so this is your degenerate primers. Degeneracy. That's all. Very simple. Please understand that concept. Then yes, you can work on that way. So that's why they are giving code, single letter code, A, C, G, T, W, K, S, H, B. So you should know, oh, see, last you were seeing that N is there. So that may be A or C or G or T. Anything. So that's why. So this way you are designing, because I don't know. I don't know about that particular organism. See, actually degenerate primer is nothing but RAPD PCR. RAPD, see, what is the PCR and RAPD PCR? What is the difference?
Random amplified pollution.
See, random amplified polymorphic DNA. Right? Random. What is the meaning of random?
Randomly it will. No specific.
Correct. Unspecific. Yes. Not specific. Yes. See, that way, that means, see, previously in 1980s, we started with RAPD. So what you will do, we don't know. Whenever you are doing RAPD, normal PCR you are having forward primer and reverse primer. But in RAPD, only one primer. That is for reverse as well as for forward. So that means I don't know. That's why I will design several primers. So which one clicks? Okay, I will take, oh, this is this. So that is same way your degenerate primers. You are giving the option. So that way is in a position to identify that thing. Are you getting the product? Then I can do sequencing. You clear now? So this is your especially regarding your primer design. Then your PCR mix calculations. That thing, yes, it will take, yeah, that's why you put a PCR mix calculator also there. But you should, that's why you have to experience by yourself only PCR mix calculations. Now we can move on. You can improve yourself. So in this extraction, we haven't followed any rules and regulations. Most of the rules and regulations are, but still, yes, if you are getting 1.8 or 2, great. Huh? And whenever you are extracting your DNA, you have to do sequencing within a month. If you are prolonging more than 1 month, yes, there is a chance for degradation. Yes, that is very important part. And another important thing is you cannot send one sample, 2 samples like that. So minimum you are sending 40, 60 samples, no? Then only you can reduce the price. Your company person they
Here is the facility of nanopore. Nanopore is here.
Nanopore is
Yeah.
How much quantity you need to send? How much quantity of sample you need to send for sequencing?
quantity. That is in microgram only. Whatever you are getting, yes, you are going to send. Because after that, yeah, they have to same thing you will do. With the help of primer, they will run and they will give that result. But problem is, yeah, up to that end, your DNA is okay. Because we are in remote place, so if see we sent several samples, several times, zero result. So again you have to do. But mostly in DNA you may not find that much problem. But if it is RNA, 99.9% failure. So that is why what you have to do, you have to send the sample. They have to do RNA extraction and other things. For that RNA extraction, they are charging around 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. Good one.
Now centrifuge after incubation minus 20 degrees. Then I keep for centrifuge 14,000 rpm 10 minutes. Then in every tube some pellet is coming. Okay. Now this water thing will discard. So we discard.
After the decanting, you can add
This step we have to do 2 times. After discarding, we will add sodium acetate and cheap 95% alcohol.
Then you are adding sodium acetate.
And we discuss slowly. Not at a time, just slowly. Group 2. You add
This you got the key of that room. Right.
Are you injured? Now we will get sodium acetate 100 microliters right now. Discard slowly discard before 100 microliter. Alcohol. Discard it. Group 1. I will. Close. Alcohol. Even though you discarded nice, like a little bit fast, now, and the next step you have to discard that thing very carefully. Like it will take time, but very carefully you have to discard. Because this is called washing. This step is washing.
எதுக்கு இந்த ஒயிட் கோட் போடுறாங்க? தெரியல. ஒருவேளை ஏதாச்சும் ஒயிட் ட்ரெஸ்ல இது பட்டது சீக்கிரம் தெரியும் அதனால.
Sodium acetate.
Where is money? Money. Yeah, the official.
Now centrifuge.
Same weight, what weight? अच्छा लॉगिन माय इंस्टीट्यूट हाँ अगर ये सब है कितनी देर कितनी देर बता
Three methods are there. One is your spectrophotometer method. Spectrophotometer method. That's why we are seeing all these things. That is old method. But still, you don't have any other facility. That is a very good. And after that, updation of that thing was your nanograph. That's why you are going to see. Look twice. You go there. Yes. You put one drop, it will show the reading. But what reading means, yeah, this thing only, this is the basic. Okay, now you are going to show the nanograph. So that is one. But in nanograph, the problem is that is not that much accurate. Because this is with respect to UV. Whenever you are doing estimation, fluorescent thing is very authentic. So that's why fluorescent part is qubit, QUBIT. But it is little bit costly. But you want authentic thing, then you have to go for qubit only. Because there all reagents, everything is there. Yes. So that way accuracy is more in fluorescent than your UV. Everywhere. Yeah. Whenever you see your fluorescent microscope, yes, detailed way you can see all the things. That part you know, I don't need to explain. So that is why here three things are there. But now you are going to see that nanograph. Right? So your DNA sample, yes. Already we are also having a DNA sample. So what value you are getting? Just you note down. Yes, that way we can analyze, okay, whether your quality is good or bad, or we can go further or not. Then another one step is, even after quantifying, you have to do agross level first. So how that run is there, whether shared, your DNA is intact or not. So your DNA is intact, you will get a clear-cut amplitude.
So the system we can answer that still okay.
That is why, because I have to go there. Because tomorrow that Dr. Sandeep Paul is coming. I think we'll switch it off because they don't have time. Because now they are going to do the DNA modification. Yeah. That's in place. You can switch off for it. So that's why you please check with that nanodrop. Because in your place, if you don't have nanodrop, then you have to go for spectrophotometric method only.
Things here.
So that's why you have to know all the things. Okay?
And what's the you said about qubit?
The better off.
Qubit.
Qubit, that is different. That you to the light and you take the absorbance.
Yeah, this is qubit.
Qubit. Qubit. Qubit. Go to
நான் காப்பி பண்ணும்போது நான் சொல்றேன் நீங்க வந்து
Check in Google. No, you should know about that because whatever it is not there, you are in a position to work on that. Because you get only costly chemicals, but it's very easy. Because fluorescent dye is there, so more recognition is there. So, but spectrophotometer also playing a major role. That's not a big issue. Now you are doing that I see. Then you take 20 minutes. Then you are telling that I will go down and I will finish that part. Okay.
15 minutes and we can go down.
I have already told it to close.
Okay. So all the bags are there. Bags.
Too much of anything is good for nothing. Huh? Too many things, if you are, then you may not in a position to digest also and remember also. Well, there are small point, but yeah, you have to enough time gap I have to give. Only you will realize and you will learn, and after going there, you will use for your research purpose. That is very important thing. That's why even if you are having any doubt, you please ask and clarify. Yes, that's why you are doing by yourself. Then only you will learn many things. It is a spoon feeding and then yes. Here is my group, even MSc students also they are all working on molecular docking, simulation, this thing, that thing, so many things they are doing. I will not touch, they are doing on their own. Even they may say, I don't know sir, I don't know sir. I also don't know. I'm doing now. You also do whatever you know. That's not the issue. The only thing is, yeah, you have to have interest. Yes, that is very important. So that's why go through that primer designing first. You right, and the PCR, yes, I have already sent. Because those who are having some experience, they know what PCR and other thing. Here all worked in PCR. Here all worked in PCR. So you are not here. You are also no. Then who are not worked with PCR. Oh, okay. Others, you know what is what. It's 3% I have to take care. No, but in PCR, you please tell how to programming this thing. Clearly, you will tell group wise. How to calculate that PCR minutes. Give some time. Give it to them. They can calculate. Don't do it yourself. Right? Our main aim is they should know. Okay. All our kiddies are over there and we just all over there, so many.
Yes, sir, that's why it will go.
Oh, you see philosophy. Yes.
Now in this step only.
Starting in one company, not another transport. You are changing all the time. That your experience you have to share with the policy. Understand?
She can understand, but delivery time. English, she speaks English, but she knows Hindi as well. It is not fair.
She knows 6, 7 languages. I think also okay, group 1 control